of Cunningham Quill Architects. Sitting next to Lee is Bill Bonstra. Good to see you, Bill, principal in Bonstra Hair Sign Architects. And then beyond, we have Barbara, still there. Barbara Molyneux is there, and she is also a principal at Perkins Eastman Architects. And then Denny Ruggeri, who is at the very end, and he is our colleague from landscape architecture here on campus. And Denny, I'm sorry that we're so far apart. We should spend more time together, all of us. Yeah, we could do big things, fearless things. Yeah, indeed. So, good afternoon. We are going to go very close to home, and we're going to consider the opportunity of taking a dip in the Potomac River and having a nice swim. And we'll explain that as we go along. Aaron Nivison is the thesis student. I was the chair of this committee. I was joined by Jana Vandergoot and Human Kaliji on the committee. And Aaron, give it a go.
All right. Hi, I'm Aaron Nivison, and this is my thesis, Raising the Bar, and this is a pun intended. It's about coastal resilience and community cohesion through ecological design. So today we'll be taking a look at, maybe not. This isn't working. I'm just gonna use the space bar. Nope, that did not work. Sorry about this. Sorry. Can you help me out? Little arrow thing didn't work. Can I just use the space bar? Oh, okay. Can I, how do you present?
One presentation.
Yeah, I guess I just wasn't pushing hard enough. Isn't there just like that little button there? Yeah, but I need to like make it full screen. Sorry about the technical delay. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. This is still not working. Am I supposed to point it at something? He just got it to work. Okay, there we go. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so today we'll be taking a look at the Fort Washington area, specifically National Harbor. You guys may know this area due to the Ferris wheel, its iconic Ferris wheel, the MGM Casino, and the Gaylord Convention Center. This is an iconic tourist destination, but also a work destination for convention goers, people that would like to go out to restaurants or shops, and there's also luxury apartments and townhome living. Another thing I'd like to discuss about this area is the MGM. It's an economic hub of Prince George's County, which is the county that we're actually in today. And there is a possibility of the Blue Line extension into the MGM Casino. And next, I'd like to talk about the disconnect of National Harbor within its community. So it's separated by iron fences, dense vegetation, and these signs that say, come catch the excitement, but yet you can't catch the excitement because you can't physically get there without going to the Beltway and traveling by car. It's considered an archipelago, like an isolated archipelago that you cannot physically get to without driving there. These are some of the communities around the Fort Washington area, and there's a lot of historic and green spaces within these communities, and I'd like to take a look at each of those through a separate lens. So here in these diagrams, you can see that there is a trail on the Virginia coast of the Potomac on just to the east of it, and this is the Mount Vernon Trail, and this connects all the way from Washington's Mount Vernon to Washington, D.C., and it's also part of the greater Heritage Trail that connects into Pennsylvania as well. And you can see this yellow blob on the screen is a 30-minute walk radius. And so if you were at the Gaylord Convention Center and you wanted to go for a walk, that is the farthest you could go. You cannot go to the communities. There's no possible way that you can walk there within 30 minutes. And the purple is the bus lines that service this area within PG County. And then on the right of the screen, you can see this is a planning map in the 1950s when there was a boom in parks and planning. And this is when the Mount Vernon Trail was first planned, and this is on the Virginia side. It's considered a scenic byway and a huge asset to the Virginia. 30s? I'm sorry, 1930s. And you can see, if you actually zoom in on this map, there was a mirror trail planned for the Maryland side, but it never was realized due to war. The war broke out and there wasn't enough resources. Right, the 30s. Okay, so this diagram shows throughout the Fort Washington area the different historic sites. So starting at the south, there is the fort at Fort Washington, which was built in the early 1800s, destroyed in the War of 1812, and then later rebuilt. Just to the south of that is Piscataway Park, and this is connecting to a network of Piscataway trails for the indigenous tribes. Going north, you go to Harmony Hall, which is in Broad Creek, which is a wetland, and it was built as a plantation home. And you keep going further north, there's Fort Foote, which is in Potomac Park, and then you reach National Harbor, which is the site that we'll be considering, MGM, and then that connects to the Mount Vernon Trail. And so there are some other trails in here that we'll discuss as well, like the Henson Creek Trail. So here we can see this is the trail network combined with green spaces, and they kind of go along the estuaries that lead to the Potomac River. And you can see the Henson Creek Trail kind of in the center here, and it leads through PG County. So considering all of this, these neighborhoods are along the Potomac River, and as you may know, sea level rise is a huge concern, as well as extreme weather events, storm surge, tidal energy leading to erosion, ecological succession, and this leads to invasive species taking over and killing the native ones. And this can also lead to species migration and extinction. So also considering the Potomac River, since it is a tidal river and it leads to the Chesapeake Bay, as you may know, the combined sewer events in the mid-1900s, as well as pollution from agricultural runoff, it ruined the integrity of the Potomac River. And in 2011, it was first graded, and it was graded a D. And it has been improving since then, and we are currently at a B, but it's still not safe for recreational swimming or fishing in many areas. So how can we take all of these issues and approach a solution? So we can reconnect the communities together, engage them in recreation along the Potomac River, and address the disconnect between these communities, while maybe also offering a proposition, my mouth is so dry, a proposition to property owners, not only private residential people, but also commercial and national parks as well. So we're gonna take a look at the Fort Washington Trail, and it's gonna connect all the way from Fort Washington down at the south to National Harbor along the coastline. And along this trail, there are different conditions that we'd like to address. So as you know, there's a lot of homes you can see on this map, and then there's a lot of commercial and green spaces as well. So taking a look at each of these conditions, I'm gonna break it down into 3 groups. So my boyfriend and I went on an 8-mile kayaking trip this summer to take a look at the shorelines and see what the issues are. And you can see the erosion and the trees dying and falling into the river. And so by using reforestation, we can stabilize the shorelines. Floating wetlands can provide habitats while also filtering the water of the Potomac River. And living shorelines can help stabilize shorelines and provide habitats as well. Going into the residential areas, there are a lot of retaining walls currently there, but some are falling into the river, or they're not doing, or some just kind of end at certain properties. Some properties are at level with sea level, and some are up on these huge cliffs, as you can see in this bottom left corner, and the erosion, the house is about to fall into the river. So here we can use permeable surfaces to prevent sheet water runoff into the river and let the water absorb into the ground. We can use natural sources such as reed in these revetments. So instead of using Wood, we can use something more sustainable. I mean, not that wood's not sustainable, but more ecologically coherent for this area. And there's also coir logs and gabion walls, which are also other natural resources that we can use to help stabilize these shorelines, in which there are already retaining walls in place. So leading into National Harbor, I don't know if you can really see it, but I thought this was a really cool image that I took. There's an eagle flying on the south point of National Harbor, and this once was and still is home to eagles. But looking at these conditions, we can use retention ponds, which there is a retention pond currently on site, but it's kind of not very amenable. Constructed wetlands to filter the water of the Potomac River, and natural berms to help prevent flooding. So how can we implement all of these strategies into this site? How can we possibly swim in the Potomac River once again and re-engage these communities together? So taking a look at this, this is the point of convergence from the trail leading into National Harbor, and it's where the built environment and the natural environment are converging. So you can see as it currently, oh, thank you. You can see in the top right corner, this is what the site currently looks like. It does have a retention pond and some grading, but it's just used as a staging area for the Gaylord Convention Center. And occasionally they have events here. So we can take it, use this trail to bisect the property and lead people from communities into the site. By creating a promenade from the local community roads connecting into this trail system as well. There will be a wetland walk that weaves through constructed wetlands, and it will manage all the stormwater runoff from Fort Washington or from National Harbor, as well as bring water in from the Potomac River. So by filtering this water from the Potomac and the stormwater runoff, we can then lead it to a regeneration pond that will pump into a natural swimming pool, so it can be used for swimming in the Potomac River. So here's kind of a diagram breaking down what the site would look like. This is the aquatic center, and I'll go into it a little more detail. So the regeneration pond is on the south or the bottom of the page, and then the water is pumped up into a pool up at the top, and it's used as like an artistic movement of water. So as I mentioned, the Piscataway Indians had occupied this area as well as enslaved Africans. And so I liked to take that into consideration when designing the site. I thought that using the symbolism of cardinal directions as well as crossing over water and seeing the water be purified throughout the site could bring a lot of symbolism into this project. And so you can see all of it is kind of organized in a cardinal direction, north, south, east, west. But it's also a lot of crossing over water and going through water or like going along with the water path as you would naturally. And this is a separation of the spaces from public to private. I wanted there to be like a gradient, so you move from a very public space into a semi-public space and into a very private space. And so the first one is the community center, and it's a very open area, and it's connected to the natural swimming pool. So it's where you're first greeted into the site. And that would lead you into the bathhouse, which is more of like a semi-private. It's connected to a lap pool for those of us like Brian Kelly, who doesn't want to swim in the Potomac River. He would rather swim in a nice lap pool. And then that would actually lead you into another space if you wanted to go that is more private, and it's the sanctuary space. And so this could be used for private yoga or weddings or funerals perhaps. And there's a reflection pool kind of faced with that. So looking at the materials of these buildings, it's kind of a kit of parts, starting with these tree columns. That was the basis of the design, and you could utilize them in different manners. So starting at the small scale of a park bench, going to one of these medium-sized buildings, there's a standard tree column, and then you can kind of differentiate it within the 3D space. And all of this will have very natural local materials. So looking at black locust, it's a very sustainable material. It's naturally resistant to rot, and it is a fast-growing, basically a carbon sink. So it's a great material to use. Using recycled stone or local marble, and DLT, which is dowel laminated timbers for the ceiling, and glulam beams for these tree columns, as well as using native species for all of the plantings. So here, this is the community center that I had first mentioned. This is your first approach into the site. Off of this path, you're led into this community center. It's very open, public space. And then you're led into, I guess my image didn't load, the bathhouse. And this is a communal space for changing, bathing, putting your stuff in locker rooms. And there's women, men, and gender neutral spaces, like such as family spaces. And then lastly, this is the sanctuary space. So it's really just for one use and one group at a time. And so you're kind of led in around this tree that will receive you into this space that looks out into this reflection pond. And so I would like to say that while there are a lot of issues within this area, it seems like we can make a reasonable approach using sustainable materials and ecological methods to create a space for the community to come together and thrive. And that concludes my presentation. And I have my sketchbook if anybody wants to take a look at it. And I'd love to hear your feedback.
And before I hand the implement of critiquing over to the critics, I want to introduce Antonio Rebello, who's a principal with Grimm and Parker Architects, who's just joined us right now, sitting in the second row all by himself. You could come up here to the front if you like. It'd make it easier passing it back and forth. I'll just pass it to Jason. Jason, you.
Great. No, so I've got, I feel like I have it all here with
You can
with
pass it
I'll
on.
pass the sketchbook on. So full disclosure, I used to ride my bike on the Mount Vernon Trail daily into the DC, and I first rode it when I was 16 going from New Jersey to Oregon. So this was one of my favorite stretches across the entire country. It is primarily a bike trail. I know a lot of people walk on it, but it really is a bike path. And I think that I would emphasize that as a piece of your program that might want to be looked into a little bit more fully. I know it does get some pedestrian traffic, but bikes are the primary use. And as a part of a trail system, you know, showing how that network extends, rather than coming to a termination and kind of stopping, that's a real value of a network, right? You tie into connectivity and roads and other routing, and that's where you're going to generate your traffic, people going through. So it's important to show not just the extent of the route that you're embellishing or bringing to fruition, but to show where it goes, because you're going to be tying into that larger pathway. I'm going to also pick on black locust because I've worked with that stuff. It's difficult, and maybe it breaks saw blades. You know, where's that? You need diamond cutting tools to get through the stuff. It's a very hard wood, and there are other sustainable measures. We've used ePay to great success. It's just as hard. It's actually, not ePay. I beg your pardon. I was thinking of Kebony in replacement of ePay. Kebony is pine that's been infused with chemicals essentially to ensure its endurance, but it can meet a lot of those same goals of sustainable growth because you get a fast growing tree, and you can apply it in an exterior environment and it ages well and all of those kind of good things. So material selection is going to be an important part of your consideration. So those are two things that jumped out at me right away, was pathways and connecting them, and materiality. I'm sure there's more commentary, but I just wanted to jump on those right away. And I do appreciate the hand-drawn nature and the watercolors. I think that those are a lovely representation and give you a great deal of touch and feel for an environment that does demand that tactile kind of response, right? Like you are trying to address trees and coverage and being in a forested environment, and those kinds of things, I think, demand a kind of touch of the hand to represent them. So I applaud you on that.
I don't know if I'm like allowed to respond to that, but just in a response to the connectivity, there is one diagram that I tried to show that it's kind of hard to see from all the way over there, but it does connect into the Piscataway trails, and it does connect into all of these neighborhoods as well as the Mount Vernon Trail. So I tried to think about that when designing. It might not be articulated in this drawing very well, but I did think about that when designing the trail.
Thank you for clarifying.
And I wanted to go all the way to Anacostia, and they said, no, that's too far. You need to scale it back. So we kind of gave it a plausible nub is what we called it.
Erin, thanks very much. Look, the intelligent thing about this is that you've got to big strategy, and then you've got a a subset of that strategy, which is an attainable proposition in the sense of this layout of the tanks and the bathhouse and so on. So I think it's smart that you recognized that you can't handle the whole of this. But I wanted to ask a question before going on. Do you see this as being a kind of prototype for dealing with the whole issue of coastal resilience along the Potomac?
I think the approach to the trail is definitely like a prototype. You could take all these different conditions and integrate them into other trails and other wetland or coastal areas. But as far as like the bathhouse, I think that's very specific to this site, even though, I mean, not the bathhouse, the aquatic center. Even though natural swimming pools are becoming more popular, there's only one in the US. So maybe it could become a prototype or at least a precedent for other natural swimming pools.
So this would sort of anticipate the Potomac being a site for wild swimming?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. A lot of good things in this. I'm sympathetic to these timber umbrella structures and so on. I think that in your desire to produce a resource efficient and sustainable strategy, you may have shortchanged us a little bit in actually communicating the poetics of the proposition. I actually think this configuration of these elements of the tanks and the reed beds and the gabion and all the other various devices, the revettements, etc., that they inhabit that kind of interesting hinterland between civil engineering and land art. You know, and there are many aspects of civil engineering, you know, which are art statements almost because of the nature of the materiality. I do feel you could have drawn it in a more persuasive way. I totally support all the sketches, the use of watercolor, but for once I actually wanted to see a kind of over-the-top rendered drawing which showed the sun glinting off the water and showed the sun reflected in the Potomac and the buildings, I think, inhabited by people, because I think you've got a good proposition here. There's a lot of things that one could say, you know, compositionally, but I think on the whole, you've done you've made a smart mediation between the formal elements of the building and the composition and the tanks and these more meandering elements of the trail. So all the elements are in place, but if I was in your position, I would actually investigate some kind of killer three-dimensional drawings which exploit the more facile aspects of computer-generated representation, but which do justice to the potential poetics of the scheme.
Thank you.
It's a very interesting project. I would agree that the idea of taking the larger scale and then picking an intervention and controlling that is something we've talked to on the other ones, you know, previously, was the right way to do it. And the play with the watercolor and stuff. Watercolor is very difficult, so you'll continue to work on that the rest of your life of getting control of watercolor. But it's good to see that. But I agree with David in a sense of having, you know, some other kind of pictorial that's the killer shot for this project was good. The sections, so I have to say, you know, we don't always see sections. So we see a section, which is kind of a section elevation, and the plan, which is good. So, and you've got a number of them, and I want to applaud that because a lot of times students don't draw sections, and it's very understand. I am having a hard time connecting these sections, though, to the river where, you know, if this one had been maybe drawn a little bit further, it probably would have connected, and that would have been good. I'm glad you put up the diagrams because I talked to Raphael about that. I said, throw up your diagrams, just find a place to put them so that you can see them. I'm a big one in process, and I like to see how people have evolved the thought, and it's always great to see that. The thing I have a question about is the trail. There's kind of like two pieces. There's this whole coastal resilience, And then there's this, and this one, I kind of understand this, and I'll agree with what has been said, David, and what he was talking about is this fascinating project here. What I'm lacking over here is a little bit of the connection between your strategies of the coastal containment, of erosion and how to protect the shoreline, and then how that works into the path. And then a lot of those paths are going across private property, I guess. So I'm kind of, there's this issue. I'd like to connect the path from the one across the river, the one in Virginia is, but that's along a parkway, so that helped.
Yeah.
Federal government came in and said, and then they put it there. But that was fantastic. I used to ride that a lot. And you see things along there with just you never see, which is really great. And there are actually quite a few people walking in segments of it, which is interesting, mostly bike. But in the neighborhoods, it gets back to what you're trying to do, is getting people out. But I'm having a hard time kind of seeing how, I want to know more, I guess, about what you were thinking about the trail, how it evolved, how you think it might actually happen. Again, when I was talking to Jennifer about these ideas of putting ideas in front of people who may be interested in these things, you said it goes back to the 30s. There was a discussion about this, but tell me more about the plan, what you were thinking about, how these things over here on the coastal containment, so to speak, play into this, because that's a big piece. It's a beautiful drawing, by the way,
Thanks.
but I'm losing the connection, and I'm looking for maybe those little interventions along the plan here that would tell me more about what you're trying to accomplish there.
Sure. So putting this trail here after the properties are already existing was a challenge. And what we had kind of come up with is maybe this is a proposition to the property owners as a way to help save their property from flooding or coastal erosion. And so by letting us take like an easement of their property or, intersecting their docks or something like that, we're actually providing value back to them. So that was kind of like the thinking of how we might implement this with the property owners. And as far as these conditions go, there are some of the drawings, the little axon diagrams that show like how this trail would intersect with the properties. And so like say if you had a dock coming out of somebody's property, the dock would just kind of pass through the trail and continue on. So their boat could be on the other side of the trail and their property would still be protected in all these ways. So it's kind of a give and take is what I was considering as a way for protecting the coastlines, but providing a solution for these property owners.
And where did you go outboard?
Sure.
On the drawing here? Maybe you just come over and point to us a little bit, because most of it's along the coast.
Yes.
But do you have a few places? Because in Virginia, as you see, sometimes it runs along Dyke Marsh. You're engaged with the marsh very heavily. And of course, the bay south of Old Town there, where it's the creek coming in, is, you're right on the water. And then you kind of get away from it with the neighborhoods down here near Wellington, et cetera. And then you come back out across from, near the fort and just north of that. So I'm interested in how you maybe thought about existing infrastructure that you might be able to capture, and then other areas.
Sure. I actually considered several sites along here to develop similar to this one, but it was just too big of a project to handle. So there was a site here, this agricultural land has been for sale for a while, and it's used by one of the big developer or landscape Denison. I'm sure you've heard of them. And so they're trying to sell this property, and I was thinking maybe this could also be used as like an agricultural runoff, like filtration system as well. So here I was thinking that it would actually come onto shore and it could easily connect into some of these neighborhoods here. But then in a lot of these places, there are, like from the pictures you'd seen, there are docks that come out here. And so, putting the trail back here didn't really make a lot of sense for protecting the shoreline. So it was actually going to stay on the outside of these properties in the water. And so along parkways, parks, I would think that the trail would kind of coexist with other trails within those parks. But then there's like Broad Creek here, which is a big wetland, and it doesn't get the attention that Dyke Marsh gets. It's heavily funded and researched, and Broad Creek is not. And so I was thinking maybe this could be like a source of, bringing a boardwalk through this space, and maybe it could get more of the sustainable protection that it needs. And there is Harmony Hall here, which is also like a music and arts recreational facility. And so I was thinking that could be engaging as well. So I think in some of these places, it would be brought inland when there isn't anything there. But then when there is properties, you know, a huge value of their property is to be on the water. They don't want a trail in their backyard. But I think if we can provide this proposition to them and provide value to them, then it could be, you know, just under the bluff. So it's not quite in their view and they can still see the water just fine.
So I think this is an interesting thesis. I think it's an interesting proposition that allows us to see some of these natural resources that we might not otherwise see. I know I travel Indian Head Highway quite a bit, and my feeling is this is just all developments, and now I see the plans, and that's kind of comes to life. National Harbor is quite a spectacle. It's a big glowing building that I can see from the bridge. So I'm thinking maybe the site is going to have a little competition. I want to figure out where to see this site. Maybe I see it from the other side of the river, or maybe I do see it from the bridge, but maybe it's not right at the beginning of your journey. That somehow there's a pilgrimage, there's things to see along the way. I remember when I was in school, high school, maybe grammar school.
In fact,
Yeah, I did graduate, by the way. And they built these trails, these walking trails, which were exercise trails, and you'd stop along the way and you do pull-ups and sit-ups and all that kind of stuff, and you kind of worked your way, through this. Now, there's probably things to see here, so you could actually, orchestrate this kind of pilgrimage to get here after kind of a long walk or a long ride and be cleansed. I don't know how you come back, but you have ideas about what you do when you get to the end? You just turn around?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what you want to do. Like others had mentioned, living along the Mount Vernon Trail, like we go on walks all the time and we just kind of go to a point and come back, or we'll go through a neighborhood and come around. So
Yeah.
I think it just depends on like what you're trying to do. I think most people are heading towards DC and towards Alexandria, since those are like, the touristy areas and, where all the exciting nightlife and restaurants are.
So they're coming in and you see this as a
Right,
threshold to the city.
right, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I was thinking of it as, you get to Mount Vernon on the trail, it's that big hill that you're just about dead by that time. And then you go up the hill and then of course there's a traffic circle. So that's a great way to spin around and come back.
Okay, yeah, maybe
You
that
don't
could
even have to
be.
think about it.
I mean, the Fort Washington, there's all kinds of trails
Right,
within that,
right.
so maybe they could loop around
Yeah.
there.
As far as I think I agree with some of the comments about your solution and how to represent that. I enjoy the watercolors. Some of the drawings leave me a little wanting for a little more detail. I think you need a model. I think a model would have been really important to understand, and be able to look and see what it's like to move around it. And I'm a little old school when it comes to models. I know you could probably do it in digital, but yeah, I'd like to see a physical model.
One more week and I would have had it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So Erin, I wanted to say, first of all, it's refreshing to see this kind of this old graphic that's being brought into the new millennium with, this idea of watercolor. So I really appreciate the graphic representation. It's a very good storytelling. I think it's a tale of two stories, or two separate things. You have the regional planning, ambitious idea of, creating a new public realm that will connect ecology, people, nature on the left side. And then you have a more conservative, still interesting ecological design application. So I'm going to speak to the part that I think is most promising is this one, which is how do you go into somebody's yard, as you said, and make them participate into a larger vision that has to do with, making access to nature a resource for everybody, and also respond to the the nature, the evolution of that nature, adaptation, sea level rise. I think you've been very mild or a little, very quiet about how climate change is going to affect this place. If I were to look at it, I do a lot of community design and participation. I think we would want to actually tell the real story here, which is a lot of these sites can be, like the ones that you told in your pictures that you alluded to, erosion that is making houses move towards water. And there you would have then a strong argument to say, we don't need to just navigate the few feet of edge that is now accessible or potentially accessible. I think we need to start thinking about this as being an entire new landscape that will probably require claiming private land. Another way to do it is to use streets. Like, why are we not taking advantage of the public realm that already exists in some places and making that part of your trail? Like, that would be the first intervention you could do. Another way to do it is to look at cross sections, look at what is above 6 feet. 6 feet is what how much are we going to rise in water at the edge?
I think it depends on what you're looking at. I have seen all kinds of different numbers from like a few feet to 10 feet by the end of the
Okay, well,
21
then I
minutes.
would look at, the topography. I will pick the 10-foot line from the edge of the water, 10 foot. And then I would say everything within it is negotiable, and everything within it will need to be redesigned. And so your trail then will be at the 10-foot sort of edge, and that will lead to a very different design, right? You no longer have to force yourself. So I think you need to, because you're so ambitious and, you're brave in taking this on, I think you would have a stronger case to say, okay, well, now, if 10 foot is what we're going to lose, 10 feet of land or vertical change, then I think we need to start to inhabit and address private landscapes as well. Move the trail to a dry, where it will most likely be dry most of the time. And then maybe think of a secondary system of trails. Usually these trail systems have a bike trail, which is more infrastructural, and a pedestrian trail that can be smaller, meandering, provide access to water and pools, So all of this to say that I think you've been very ambitious in your scope, and but I think, showing these sections, not just the axons, but actual sections that show today's water level, 2040, 2060, and then base your design on that, making sure that, you're going to have a dry trail that's going to be infrastructural, that's going to be open and accessible, even in the worst possible conditions. And that might lead to very different discoveries. So then the last piece is you picked a site that, in a way, is quite inconsequential to the entire system that you're just designing, because it's probably going to be, it's the one where it's easiest to make it work. And in a way, I understand that, because the thesis has to have a conclusion. But I would want to see this trail really, other parts of the system where it's more, where, there's more complexity, because I think that's will be the test of our axons. So actually to assign these and draw like little sections, and you're very good at doing that, that show, but that they are accountable then to, sea level rise, to topography. I feel like you've addressed it a little bit on the site, but this site is the one that, to me, will probably be the least consequential of the entire system, because, yeah, I mean, it's the beginning of it, but it's still, if parts of the system are going to be affected by sea level rise, the whole thing falls apart, right? So
I have a question for you and both you guys. There's a lack of knowledge out there, and maybe that's because we don't know, but please tell me. But, we all know that sea level rise is happening. It's happening in Norfolk. It's happening in other places as far as, we're seeing it here in Alexandria, where I live, where next phase of the waterfront is the seawall component. And we've seen Georgetown, where our office is, down along the river flood, actually. Major infrastructure down there. But I don't have a handle on where we're going with climate change and global warming over a period of time. You said ultimately 10 foot. and then where we are now. But if it's 10 foot, this bad boy is probably underwater at that point anyway. So why didn't you design it with the ultimate? It's these dichotomies that concern me. And it's like, you know, and are we actually going to get there, or are we going to be like normal human beings, finally figure it out, oh, we've really messed this up, we better actually do something, and then we start to roll it back so it gets to 5 feet or just for general information, I would be interested in where things are projected based on the research you've done, and then playing back into that, I have to agree with where you are.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you had said about taking the sections and seeing where that would fall. But I think the research from what I had read and looking at Alexandria, because they've done a lot of research in Old Town to figure out how high does the seawall really need to be to protect these streets and properties. So from what I had seen, there's all kinds of different projections ranging from like 5 to 10 within 40 years or like 60 years. So I don't think we really know the answer to that. And I think I have a minor in sustainability in my undergrad, and I did environmental science in my undergrad. And I think what they kind of tell us is that we're all doomed, but hopefully we can slow down the dooming.
Yeah, I think, well, I think if you, yeah,
Right.
yeah, I was kind of missing that. First, let me say, I really like the intimacy and the thoughtfulness of the watercolor. I spend a lot of time boating on the Chesapeake Bay and the Potomac River and the Patuxent River, and I love swimming. So all those pictures look like things I see every weekend when I'm out on my boat, and I love these little diagrams because I see so many individual people who don't know what to do. You know, they don't, I mean, I've seen houses that are one, you know, one winter storm away from falling into the water. And so to me, this wanted to be, I wanted more demonstration of these techniques or these possibilities, more a learning center than a swimming center, which is kind of an unfair criticism because that's not what you were trying to do. You know, or some way that, you know, as you said, is the trail really on the roads? And then it goes to these little interventions where, or demonstration projects that you can check out and learn, you know, that's really kind of a learning thing. You know, but because I think there's so much to learn from just these simple diagrams. I also just got back from Japan, so I'm all about the onsen and the bath, so don't even get me started on that. But I like the idea of connecting people to the water experience in a way that they can't or don't appreciate now. You know, so I think all of this, I'm just trying to connect this back to the users and their experience and learning about the environmental situation, the potential for climate change, and the options they have maybe on their individual property for making a difference or banding together with their neighbors and making a difference along the edges of those whole watershed.
Thank
And
you.
then if I could say the other thing, the other flip side of the sea level rise is that there's going to be actually groundwater pushing up more inland. So if they're safe from water because of a levee that is being built, there's also this push for groundwater to actually flood, which is already happening on the peninsula in Maryland. So I feel like that could have been, I mean, I know this is like, you had to draw the line, but I think that could be this work could actually be an entire career if you wanted to. And then I think those sections could also show that, and that comes with pollutants that are moving up from the ground, you know, into pipes that are going to have to be redesigned because the slopes that are there today are no longer going to be, you know, able to handle. They're not going to be sufficient to sort of drain. So there's going to be that consequence as well. So I feel like those sections would have allowed you to show that, and that may make some more informed decisions about where to locate some of these things. Maybe the pools already exist. You don't need to create one because there's already landscapes that along your trail that can be.
Timmy's just put together your PhD thesis.
Thank you. My next phase.
So I don't think it's about everything about topography although you need to be informed about that. It's about resiliency when you do have the events that cause those waters to flood. And your resiliency in your building is such that use certain materials that get washed with flooding, and then the floods, they reside. You have to start thinking about that in your architecture. All of us have to start thinking about that, especially when we're designing along the water. So that should be front and center. Yes, these materials can withstand some flooding. They'll wash off, they'll dry, they'll drain. We have pumps, whatever it might be, hopefully not pumps, that kind of thing. So you need to think about that.
I came late, so I sorry about that. I was catching up as you were ending your presentation, so I was observing your beautiful watercolors and admiring your hands and your work. At the same time, it was a little difficult to follow initially the sequence of the graphic narrative that you put up here. So I was looking for the normal clues, like, where is the site actually on that big? Until people said, oh, it's at the beginning. Then I squinted and I found it. So I think that as you go on your career as an architect, I think conventions in terms of the graphics and all that are all things that help others read drawings as you go forward. All the comments made here, I was thinking about them. When I look at the thesis like this, I'm always impressed with the potential for helping all of us get educated about something that we might not be focused every day. I too sail in the Chesapeake Bay, and I boat all the time, and I see flooding. And I see all these things. I have a friend of mine that has a waterfront property that posted a photograph of his property flooded and wrote, EPA fixed this on his, and so and when I look at a thesis like this and the potential for education and how people can actually follow some of your suggestions, diagrams, things that people can actually do. I also think about simple things how humans learn, even by looking at a trash can. And when you put something in the trash, you don't think about where that is going. But if you label that trash can, like you've seen now, landfill, all of a sudden you start becoming aware that, there's going to be a path where that's going to end. I think there is an interesting way that this path could be educational, like it was said before, where you could go through a zone that it could have a marker saying, in 20 years, this will be on the water, or something like that, where people can become aware and saying, oh my gosh, we better start doing something. And maybe there's signage like we do in buildings that inform people and educate people about sustainability. There could be signage along this path and have some tortuous parts where things could actually happen in the future. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
Aaron, I love the drawings and sketches and watercolors, of course. We spent 3 weeks tooling around Scandinavia, and you filled up a few sketchbooks there. I liked the project quite a bit. The comment I wanted to make was mostly about the kind of the larger scale complex you designed. I think there was an opportunity to, and I would counter Bill with, it is about topography. Water and other things flow downhill. And I'm trying to still understand the relationship of the 4 or 5 bodies of water in your complex, and which are subtractive things in section, and then the additive roofs that you've projected up, and how water flows off of those roofs, where it flows to, and how those bodies of water connect together, both in plan, from the largest scale to the smallest scale. I think there was an opportunity to kind of weave that narrative of how water is moving through the landscape at your immediate site in a way that's as graceful as the way you've thought about how to deal with it on the shoreline at the larger scale.
Thank you.
Peter, what a good segue. This was a bunch of thesis ideas in search of projects when we first met. So we first met, and day one, I had discovered that in pro-thesis, we had devised, or thesis prep, we had devised an attack on Washington Harbor. And my reaction was visceral, as it is to just everything about Washington Harbor. And so I'm sorry if somebody was involved in the design of it, but it's just, appalling. Sorry? Why is the Ferris wheel here? I see. The Ferris wheel is here because it was rejected at the wharf. It was a gift we had to accept. And then Air Force One was out there anyhow, my experience was I rode my bike down there a couple of years ago, and then I couldn't figure out how to get out. It was like a giant roach motel. And so when I first said this to Aaron, my first reaction to Aaron was one of disgust. I mean, how can we possibly deal with this behemoth that is totally unforgiving and totally disrespectful to everything, including the fact that it's built in Prince George's County, a county that has great need, and then it walls itself off. And I just wonder which politicians made money on this, all of them, I suppose. But then Aaron confessed, because I'm sometimes kind of like the Spanish Inquisition, confess righteous sinner, that she had a degree in environmental science. And we started looking along the waterfront. And then every time I met with her, Peter, she had her sketchbook open on her desk. So this is really a testament to education abroad is perhaps the single most important thing you can do when you're in school. And the ignorance of so many folks that just say we can't do that because we have to learn how to do Revit, or we have to work in an office for 3 months as opposed to 2 months is appalling. And so all of a sudden we're flipping through the sketchbooks, and there's a confession about the sauna. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what goes on in the sauna. I visited the Finnish embassy here in DC, and I know that they're very proud of the 40-person sauna. But there was this moment about the sauna, and her eyes glazed over, sauna, and her eyes glazed over, and she was explaining this sort of therapeutic and cathartic moment that took place. And so the building project was born probably in October, I think. The problem was we were scattered up and down the Potomac, and there was always this tension between the general and the specific. And I think in the last push, the general got more solidified, and the specific probably needs some more work. The sauna, the building that is about restoration and getting one back into touch with nature is probably the piece that needs some more work at that point. But it's been really enjoyable to work with you, to have you share your various talents throughout this process, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Take this one. How's the water? Right out at the top. Okay, you all know the drill. We're going to move over this way. I'm going to go here. Okay, I'll get my final bits of toys here. So you're on
Nice
the
job.
as well?
Yeah, we have a favor stream.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I used to be there. I was there for a lot of time. And so I could like go to the marina I always wanted to go to.
How can I point out?
No problem. Take your time. Go right. We're just still getting some of the tech stuff ready.
Right. Okay.
I'm just gonna sit over the side there and not bother you. Enjoy. I'll introduce you in a second. You can stand there, you can walk, you can do whatever you want. Okay, folks, let's settle in. So in addition to the reviewers that that I introduced earlier today, did I introduce you already, Roger? I didn't introduce you. The stuff is kicking in, the pain medicine. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Joining us this afternoon is Roger Schwabacher, design principal for HOK Architects over in Georgetown still. Yep, excellent. And also an alum of the school. And I've got to get my cheat sheet. I've already lost it over here. So Ploy is going to take us to Bangkok, Thailand, a place that has some issues with water. So that theme will continue into this. And she's also trying to develop a sustainable community amongst kind of informal settlement that is below sea level most of the time and it kind of squalor. And Ploy had on her committee, Professor Kim over there, and Professor Eisenbach, who was here a moment ago. She's probably going to join us in a moment, and myself, and take us away to Bangkok.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ploy Pipatpongsa. So I would like to begin to thank you, my thesis chair. Okay, sure.
Well, you have to hold it right like that.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ploy. I would like to begin to thank my thesis chair, Professor Tajun Kim, and my committee members, Professor Kelly and Professor Ronin. So growing up in Bangkok, I developed a deep sense of the belonging and inspired by my city, which is Bangkok. It has profoundly influenced by the academic journey. So throughout my school year, my interest in design for community, equity, and sustainability has significantly grown. So when considering the thesis I have been working in the past year, I feel a strongly sense desire to giving something back to my community that has shaped me today. So this thesis reflects my commitment to create equitable and sustainable design that will be benefit to the people of Bangkok. So in Bangkok, like many fast-growing cities, facing challenges from the informal settlements. So one of the largest informal settlement is in Krong Thai district, which is located nearby the Chao Phraya River, which is have the flatland and civilized issues. So it's even worse during the monsoon seasons. So this condition intensify, causing Krong Thai informal settlement facing even harsher conditions than the other parts of the city. So why are they even facing harsher? Not only the sea level rise. So looking at the Krong Thai informal settlement primarily locating in the land of the Port Authority, which has a long history land of development over time. So how the land has been developed. So in 1930s, the canal were mainly used by Bangkok transportation. And when the Port Authority of Thailand settled around the 1950, informal settlements start to pop up and it quickly grown overcrowded. And they're facing over time of the evictions. So although this in the past, they start to utilize such as the social housing, so they still fail due to the lack of the proper infrastructure. So that leading them to even more severe flooding problem in these densely populated areas. So the site that I study include into the 8 communities within a population of 30,000 residents. So these communities are convenient surrounding by the market and the economical spaces within walking distance. And I found this site offer opportunity to connect and integrate with these vibrant communities. So right here, as shown in this image, the daily street life of Khong Tei community illustrates the more residents primarily having the activities outdoor on the streets, such as the local market, street vendors, and also showcasing the connection of their land. Especially in 70-like communities, which is like here, the grid system one. They have a sense of the community that is deeply rooted into their interaction with the environmental system. And then, so unfortunately, these communities facing flooding due to the lack of storming water management and infrastructure, which impact their quality of life. For example, back in the canal of the 70-like irrigation, improper trash management, which was often thrown back into the canal. Also, the unorganized environment forcing people to go outdoor. But in Khong Tei community, there's no proper space for the community to thrive in. So this situation also inspired me to propose the design solution to improve their living quality. So how do we keep those community within the site without displacing community and creating a better life? So my proposed solutions aim to develop alternative infrastructure. 2 is to integrate stormwater management, and 3 to enhance connectivity zones among community without displacement. To do that, so first is to develop alternative infrastructure that illustrate the idea of moving existing communities into the smaller footprint, such as the 70-like and the Log 123 communities. So the proposed site will be developed into the different phases as shown as in this diagram. So the first phase is to relocate Log 123 community and 70-like communities back into the proposed site. And then after the proposed site developing, there's a possible to relocate the existing neighborhood back into the second phase. And then start applying the other communities, and then they start to entire community will be developed without displacement people, while also inviting new residents to overall Khong Tei land. The second strategy is to stormwater management. So the entire community has a part of the facing monsoon flood, which part of the community that are lower land that lead them to flood even more. So the strategy is to utilize the park connection into the water. So right here, to capture the flood water. So, and here is the section where the construction wetland absorb the water, while flood berms can also against the flood water during the monsoon season. Lastly is the connectivity market. So this strategy is focusing on the market and the public space that for better utilization for the community. So my initial thoughts is to inspire by how Thai people living in the past. So they being amphibious, and the structure above the ground, the community living by the basin water. So it's to enhance this concept also incorporate with the public space between the building that foster community together with the multifunctional spaces. So this idea is my proposed development plan is to create the community into zones that there where people can live, they can learn and enjoy the wetlands park, that part of my design plan to the community plaza. In terms of the design phase, so this building split into the three different zones, and then open the plaza to the public, and then connect the pathway for the residents to come into the community spaces. So those circulation will connect people into the existing community and to proposing site. And then this is how the community integrate with the wetland during the monsoon season. And here also during the dry season, so even though there's water, they can become the park that people can enjoy. So, and here is the idea of the multiple wetlands utilizing by the flood berm and collect the water. So this water would flow over and create a filtration system that helping to clean the water back to the irrigation in Kongtae community. So shifting back into the plan design, so the plan is demonstrated into the three different zones where each zone can function as for the communities, such as the shared kitchen right here, right there. So this idea is for the apartment people that normally Thai apartment, they don't allow people to cook inside the building. So this community space can provide the activity for those existing people. And this is the experience when people meet up at the community zones. So as I experienced in Bangkok, people would love to go outdoor, but sometimes it's very hot and humid. So this idea is to have the semi-outdoor space for people, while it's also helping to reducing air conditioner during the daytime as well. Here also the idea of the aquatic farm land that can collecting rainwater system and where it's connect people with the community and gathering people with the new activities. And here also the idea of the shared kitchen inside the building where people can interact both indoor and outdoor together. And on the second floor, while people can enjoy their activities, they're also connecting between each building, on the second floor. And this, the view that shows the event that people can experience between each zones, while on the left side, which is the market, and also on the local shop, people can walk around into the plaza public. Also, on the third floor, which is more private zone for the study area for the kids in the community. So this section shows multi-functions inside the main public plaza during raining seasons, so which people can still enjoy even though they have a bad weather, but their activities and their community can also have the inside the gathering community space. So, and here is the view looking at the wetland during the dry season comparative to the monsoon season that people still can enjoy inside the market. So as this community space created, it also connect into the local resident down the upper level that also against the flood area as well. So in summary, this is only just the beginning of the part of the phasing. Through this phase effort, it's also aimed to eventually transform the entire neighborhood by integrating storm water management incorporated by the green infrastructure and also community connectivity. So this thesis present a new direction of the sustainable and inclusive urban development. Yeah, thank you.
Some people know what I'm. I wasn't multiple. And survived. Unscathed.
Floyd,
Yes.
thank you very much. I mean, this is a really tough problem in one of the most environmentally challenged places I know. I've been to Bangkok a couple of times. I know a tiny fraction of what you know about it, but I think to try and take this on, you have the challenge of informal settlement, you have the challenge of phasing, you have the challenge of working actually with water levels which are perilous to human life. You have issues of typology, you have issues about the merging of residential and trade. I mean, all these things together, incredibly tough. So I think taking that on, super ambitious. Now we had a number of projects which we saw earlier in the day where actually the students had been over ambitious in our collective estimation and hadn't delivered it. There are flaws in the scheme. I'll come on to some of those, or certainly things that need commenting on, but you've worked like hell. I mean, unbelievable energy. I mean, thank you for doing all this work, and thank you for having energy, and thank you for having the respect for your subject, the great subject of architecture, and drawing it properly. I mean, I think all these things sometimes get taken for granted, but there's a range of depiction here which I think is comprehensive. There are analytical drawings, there are illustrative drawings, there are contextual drawings. There is, as I said, this idea of phasing. Students generally don't deal with that. I mean, actually, this question of phasing, of having to do things along a timeline, is so fundamental to the construction process. And I think for you to acknowledge that and make a proposition for it is extremely sophisticated. I'm one of these people who always has a few buts. It's part of the thing. Only God makes perfect things, okay? All we do as architects is to strive to emulate the perfection of divine beings. I think there are opportunities perhaps that you've missed here for a more integrated internal landscape. And in a sense, although I find this a very persuasive drawing with this central place.
Yes.
I think it tends to shortchange people at this side of the site. And I probably, if it were mine at a strategic level, I would have opted for less development, less density, and an idea of the water and vegetation flowing through the whole of the site, so that it breaches these walls here, it perforates them. So this central space is actually a bigger and possibly slightly less formal space than the one you've made, which is still a beautiful space, but which actually integrates the community here, Village 1, Village 2, and the recreational area. I think this has a slight atmosphere of being a leftover. I think it's fundamental to the communities that you're creating here. And therefore, some of these activities need to be perhaps more evenly spread through this integrated water and vegetative landscape. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to talk about water and rooftops as a sustainable strategy. It's something that all of our buildings interact with. That's what the roof is for, right? Is to deal with the water, as we heard yesterday. With the rain drowning out some of the reviews that were going on, and I think that rooftops need to be a part of the sustainable strategy for dealing with water. Water gets its carrying capacity from the speed with which it flows. So the faster that we reject it from our building, the faster you put it into a pipe, the more scouring impact it has downstream, the more stuff it can take with us, and the more the more debris that ends up in our, Chesapeake, for instance, as we saw in the last proposal. I suspect that's the same thing happening in Bangkok. I've never been, but I look forward to it someday. But I see a lot of hard surfaces that are steeply sloped that are taking that water and rejecting it quickly into the local waterways. And I would challenge the scheme to say that actually every single one of these white spots, white boxes, is a part of your sustainable treatment of water. It can actually capture that water at the highest point in the water column and slow it down before it gets into your ponds, before it starts getting into the local rivers, and bringing all of the scouring impact that entails, slow that water down. And then you ask, well, how do I do that with a steeply sloped roof? Well, maybe there's a green roof that's on that surface that allows the absorption of that water. Maybe there's an enlarged downspout that allows for storage of that water as it's traveling through. Maybe there's even incremental tapping into that stormwater on a regular level from your building as that pipe is filling up, so that you get rain barrels or other types of infrastructure that are capturing that water right at its source before it gets into these local waterways. So I would see the buildings as a piece of the sustainable solution, not just a component that benefits from all of the treatment of the local, of the ponding and other connections.
Take care of the quantity, but the quality as well, because you could also treat the water in that way. That was a great comment. When I think about these theses, and I totally agree that the amount of work and thought put into this with the phasing is just remarkable. I am in love with that sketch there. I think it's fantastic. At the same time, I look at the density all around there, and I look at this, and it seems a little bit grand compared to everything else that I see there. And I think about how communities that have dealt with water for centuries, how they have done it. And if you think about the Mekong Valley in Vietnam, and how houses are in stilts, buildings are in stilts, and how there is this connection with water, and how they coexist, and one is not fighting the other. I sometimes wonder when I look at pictures of St. Marco's Piazza in Venice being all flooded, and that was not designed to do that, and yet it's doing that. And I'm looking at what you're doing here. You do have an attitude to channel the water and creating it, slowing it down and so forth. But I wonder if there aren't other solutions that could increase the density and actually approach this from a point of view that has been done for centuries, which we haven't quite seen yet. So, but
Yeah,
Yep.
so part of my design in the progress is also like designing the multiple families housing that like above the ground level. So like this diagram I will show here. Oops. So yeah, so like instead of like one level or two levels, it could be possible to stacking up into like 4 level as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to commend you on an ambitious project that you actually made into a complete thought. There are so many aspects of this that like how much water comes off the roofs, I don't know. How much water is in a monsoon, I don't know. But you were able to make it into this kind of a complete thought. I really love the section on the bottom. That's my favorite, because you can imagine how this water flows and connects with all these areas. I also want to commend you on the phasing, thinking through the phasing. You're talking about people who are already in a lot of distress, if you will, and moving them multiple times is impossible and unfair even.
Right.
I missed that drawing, and because my question was, I've never been to Bangkok, and so I was kind of interested in this is just for my education, kind of the prototype, how these units fit into prototypical housing units and market units in Bangkok and how you use that as part of your planning. And I trust you did because you're from there. But it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Ploy, right?
Yes.
You knocked it out of the park, babe. Did a great job. This is
Thank you.
unbelievable. This makes my socks go up and down. I'm just excited about this project.
Thank you so much.
I'll tell you a couple levels. Number one, the rigor. I mean, we've seen rigor, the great projects here, but this like took it to, this is the World Series of the rigor versus, you know, to get into the finals. The diagrams, the sketches, the little simple diagrammatic sketches like this one here are so critical in communicating ideas and thoughts. I didn't pick up every word you said, but I saw it and I heard it and I got it. And that's what you've done with all this. The range of communication on this is what I was kind of alluding to in a lot of the other presentations, which were very good, but you did it, where you've got the overall concept sketch, you've got the collage kind of, you know, and then pulling the color out, you know, a little sophistication on that. The history of place, so understanding where it is, and then the history of the development, and then where you're going. One of the diagrams in here anyway, it goes somewhere on here, is where you were going in with this. I mean, you've got the phasing, obviously, we talked about, but all these little diagrams that were either to analyzing the what, you know, the wet system, the monsoon, the flood map was, all this helps someone who doesn't know the place. I have not been to Bangkok, but I feel like I know it a little better now because you communicated it to me, and especially with this project going. So you have all these things that you thought about and you put in here are help when you're in the profession of telling, you know, when you put this up on a wall, you will have an open house before you do a presentation, and people will walk around and look at it and they'll make their comments, but you will have educated them to a certain level so that your discussion then is at a higher level. That's what we do when we go into, a lot of times working with communities, you want to, you know, instead of saying, I like brown, I like yellow, it's like, well, what color of yellow, what color, you know, you want to bring them to a high level of understanding of the place and what you're trying to do. And then you go in and do it. And you've done this, and it's through all these various drawings and analytical drawings and diagrams. The diagram is really important. And then you, again, the section, which we talked about, elevations. I mean, that's why I'm so excited about this. I mean, you got them all here, and really came away with a feeling of understanding what you were doing. Want to talk to you more about it, but this is, keep this up, because this is what it's about. And yes, it is rigorous when you go out into practice, but this is a very exciting project. And also, I don't know if this is real or not, but like I said on some of the other ones, this is something you could take to your city and elected officials and say, hey, I've got some thoughts here. So extremely well done, just because of the incredible range, and you can see how much work went into it. So exciting project.
Thank you so much.
So what I think's exciting about this is I want to see where it goes to the next level. You know, I think this is, you know, I agree with you. The rigor that's put into the research to get you to this point is pretty amazing. But I'd like to talk about like where you're going to take it next. And I know your thesis is over, but I'm sure you'll still be thinking about this in the future. I want to touch on even how you organized your drawings and how the plan is central, but I almost want the sense of place to be central, to think about what it's like to be in that central space. Because I don't really have a feeling for it yet, and the scale of that space, and if the scale of that space is appropriate to the height of the surrounding buildings. You know, I really would love to see a detailed section through the housing, through the edge, and how you get down into that space and how you access that space from the housing and what that experience is like, and really an eye-level view from the middle, which I'm not sure I've seen. Yeah, okay. But I really want you to explore, yeah, the kind of the scale and the variety of scales that could be in that central space. The spaces in the middle seem sort of even.
Yeah.
across this way. And I think you need a grand space, you need smaller spaces for people, you need to program that central space so it'll be used and be successful. Like really the next step of this, I think is what's exciting. And the fact that you got us excited about the project is what makes it so successful today. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I have nothing more to say about the depth of this project. I have had the pleasure of going to Bangkok, and recall it was one of the most stressful cities that I've been in. I was hit from all sides with people wanting to take me to gem factories and tuk-tuks running all over and Klong tours with V8 engines on John boats. And it's it's a cacophony of energy. And what I like about what you did is you've taken a section of this city, you've cleaned it up in phases, you've created a place that people can experience together, and you've maintained authenticity, which is the hardest thing you could ever do on a big project. You said, this matters to me, the texture of these houses. I want people to feel comfortable. They want to, they've lived here a while. It's familiar. It's not a new high rise. It's not a new planned city. It's just part of a restored urban fabric. And I think that's just phenomenal. And I'm so pleased, and I hope you do take this further, and I think you will. You're going back to Bangkok?
Yes, next month.
Next month. Okay, fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
This is an impressive project, Ploy, and I'm going to nitpick a little bit here on a couple of things. What I think is interesting is the way you drew the landscape. That center drawing is what my eye keeps coming back to with the orange and the green and stuff there, which I think is pretty interesting, and you obviously gave that a lot of thought. What is less convincing to me are the way the building plans are drawn. They're kind of anemic, and they don't really speak to the kind of space and placemaking that the buildings can do, a little bit, right? And I think one other kinds of drawing, what might have worked a little bit maybe, would have been to, particularly because you have a public building there that you're very focused on making sure it's important, would have been to draw it much more as a Noli plan so that you can see the interweaving of the green spaces and the outdoor spaces and the plazas and things with the big rooms there. Right now, it's kind of confusing to me. Some of it, there's a gray piece. There are gray pieces in that plan. I'm not quite sure I know what that is. Some of it, the big rooms are rendered white as though they're volumetric, but the little townhouses are rendered white as well, but they're solids and things. So I think there's a kind of a graphic confusion there. I understand it better when I look at the three-dimensional drawing there, I think. But I think, the minute that public building comes in there that you seem to value so much because you dedicated an entire board to it, it sort of becomes something I try to look at and understand, and it's totally confusing to me. And it's mostly because of the graphics. I suspect that you obviously have a good handle on the geometries and the complexities of these sort of fields of urban form that border the site and things. That seems to be skillfully handled. It's just really, how do you draw buildings in urban settings that render the power of the public spaces you're trying to make with the buildings much more evident? And that's, it's not, look, somebody has to say something bad during these reviews. No, but it's a nice project, and I think there's a lot, it's not bad. It's just
good comments, yeah.
all right, it's critical. Okay, it's nitpicking a little, but I think it's instructive, at least for the students who are going to come after and do thesis, to look at how you draw up big building complexes like that. And I think that's probably the thing that jumps out at me is the probably least successful. I do think the perspectives actually are very nice and tell a very nice story about things.
One comment that I agree with everything that was that's been said here. I think one of the things that I appreciated is the focus on vulnerable communities, and this idea that you have a communal kitchen, so you're also thinking about a different way of cohabiting this new landscape that you're designing. which is very much about the sharing of things, sharing of the difficulties maybe, but also the sharing of the opportunities. So I thought that was also very important. Like a communal kitchen is not a generic sort of solution to food security or to food consumption. It's a unique way to build community around the sharing of this particular moment of life. The last thing is, in terms of the water, I feel like you are creating these water. I think you have all the strategies here. You are digging where you need to, you're piling up, you're creating the levees. I feel like the housing though always has this kind of concrete slab on soil, on ground. When in reality, I think the foundation of the buildings could actually take water. You think of Hamburg, there's a project in Hamburg that's designed to be flooded as the level of the sea level rises. Then, they close the gates and it doubles up as parking when it's dry. So thinking about that and maybe even expanding these ponds and really getting people's feet a little bit wet, because I think if there's a place that can handle it, that people will be able to understand, will be this. And the Venetians know it. They get their feet wet and they understand also, and that's how they are aware of their particular place. But I think you have all the strategy. I would have just made those ponds larger because I think they're going to need to be to accommodate this uncertainty in terms of water that's going to come to them. So thinking about those, and then maybe creating the buildings that can float. So floating districts in Amsterdam, also Eiburg, pretty good example. It's essentially, there's problems with making things sort of, how you design them, but they're happening. So I don't think you're very far off from contemporarily relevant sort of projects. So well done, really well done.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
I've seen this happen in Portugal, in a village that got totally flooded one time. And the government went back and built levees and built these engineered marvels to control the water so you wouldn't have disaster in the future. But half of the time it's dry. And those places look ugly. They are not pleasant. How does this look like in the non-monsoon season? Are you envisioning this to be dry, or is there water still coming, or what's the thinking there?
So during the dry season, I'm thinking that even though some of the it probably like kind of small, but like some of the wetlands, it can be dry, but some of them can still have absorbing water. So a lot of right here. So my strategy is to, even though some of the wet and some of them still dry, but they still collect the rainwater system inside, so they can utilize, manage the water and save inside the community. As well as I do have the system that I thought about to collecting rainwater system inside the building that could collecting inside the water and then flow into the water system canal as well. Yeah.
Okay, so you're thinking it's going to be wet most of the time?
Wet in some area, yes.
Some area.
Like this master plan. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, just an excellent, overwhelmingly well-researched and developed proposal. And I just want to build on that prospect of bringing it to the next level for the future. Your roofing system is inspired by regional precedents and this wonderful gabled truss system. But although the form translates, the structure doesn't, and we don't have a truss system in there. And I'm very, very worried about those roofs structurally because they are going to want to flatten out. They don't have those tie beams. So just be careful about those things. And also keep in mind lateral thrust. I think you need some kind of lateral bracing in that structure.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yep, great project. I think you did a great job to show how the architecture in Bangkok can be in the future under the climate crisis, and I really appreciate that. So I want to talk about the sustainable living in terms of human experience aspects. So I can see that you did a great job in the designing in terms of the landscape, but at the same time, we have to think about the human experience, how it can bring the comfort for the users. So a lot of learning in terms of the sustainability, we can learn from the vernacular architecture, and the vernacular architecture of the Thailand is typically they do have a steep roof. At the same time, their facade is open in a ways that maximizing the cross ventilation, and also they are floated to avoid the flooding. At the same time, be safe from the termite. That's what I learned from my textbook. So to complete your project, I think you might be better to think about how to deal with that kind of, how to control the solar heat, how to maximize the natural ventilation, and then how to, I mean, yeah, that really helps to improve the human experience in that district that you're designing. At the same time, I once had a project experience in not exactly the Thailand, but a similar climate zone, which has a monsoon season. And may I ask what is the material of your roof system? What is the?
So it's gonna be, because part of the site is the port authority, so I'm thinking to use the corrugated metal. But when they having the roof together, I'm also thinking about bracing structure to hold the structure as well. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I used the corrugated metal in my project.
Yeah.
And there was so many complaints about the noise issue.
Noisy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Also, there's also I have the one of the president that I inspired. It's like even though outside it's like corrugated metal, but inside they use the rubber materials
yeah,
to buffer the noising inside.
yeah, that's a great solution. So now it is time to think about user experience
Yeah.
to complete your project. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
I think one of the more remarkable things about this project is that it's urban infill. You know, in the middle of a city
Yeah.
like Bangkok. I mean, I just think the fact that you can take a kind of large site and deal with all the complexities of stuff around it that is all different and all kind of, you know, impacting it in different ways in the middle of a city and do something that is going to have this kind of potentially very positive environmental impact as an infill project. You know, a lot of the projects we see that are dealing with water and coastal sea level rise and things like that are in places where there are not urban patterns around it, right? But I think one of the things that's really interesting about what you've done is park this right in the middle of a big city, you know, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know too many projects of this scope that I would think of in the middle of like Chicago or San Francisco or something like that, you know. But I think that's really a noteworthy aspect of it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm stealing the microphone back because we have some logistics to take care of in flipping things around. So we're gonna stop here, but I'm gonna pass the microphone over to my colleague on the other side of the room. But I just wanted to say that from my perspective, in meeting weekly with Ploy, that it was interesting that every meeting there were dozens of diagrams accompanied by dozens of representational drawings. And sometimes they all added up to the same thing, and sometimes they added up to different things, but that we communicated mostly through those drawings and diagrams. And the design process throughout this was very healthy, and I think it was actually made even more healthy by your committee and by your chair.
So Ploy, it's been a pleasure to be on your committee. I'm just the member. But the first time I met Ploy was during the first semester of COVID. And Ploy was stuck in Bangkok. So I don't know if that we My colleague Rhea Newman was the one who met with you mostly, but in a 12-hour difference, Ploy was still able to be part of the collaborative team that we were working on. And we were working in Riverdale, thinking about how to reinvigorate and think about those public spaces, which are mostly parking lots and will now be transformed by the Purple Line. So it's interesting to me to join this committee. And I'd also just say that since I had the the experience every couple of weeks, to see the comments that, to offer some comments and then see the next time how you would integrate them, into your project. So for example, a point where your project was about the water, but we weren't seeing the water in it. And then lo and behold, we see the water's edge again. And I just wanted to commend you on that ability to take in information at all these different scales and times and hone it into a project that really was addressing this long-term phasing and vision for the project. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So, yeah. I remember when I first met Ploy for this project, it was about a year and a half ago. And I was very much trouble-minded because she brought this big global issues on the table: distressed neighborhood, equality, quality of life, the global warming, water level raise, and everything. And as a practicing architect, it's hard to connect myself directly those issues to connect to the architecture themselves. And the employee was kind enough to guide me and the project through the process, from the very big global issues to the city level, to the larger context, to the block, and then to even to the building, that it became such a big, ambitious project that I would never want for my thesis project, which, which I'm also glad that she didn't take it all the way through the phase 4. But I really appreciate your effort and the willingness to invest yourself to get into this place. And I also enjoyed the process of very chaotic, at the same time fun and educational. It probably was educational for you, but it was very educational for me as well. As I said, I wasn't quite sure that how we can connect ourselves as architects to the social issues, problems that in this society where we're living in. How do we position ourselves as architects in here? And now we are already on this point, this place that you have project here, and you have this process that you can look back, connect your project back to the larger context, to the city, to the global issues, that we can have that perspective back to the issues in the society and position ourselves better as an architect. That I think that's something that I want to practice. I learned from you very well, and it has been a very pleasure process to come here, and here we are. We talked about this place, this moment quite a lot. Congratulations, and I'm looking forward to see where you go from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
TJ, we should probably, when we do the wrap up, just remember we should talk a little bit about what you just said, is that there's a role reversal that often goes on in thesis where the teacher learns from the student. And I found that's to me one of the most wonderful things about thesis, is that suddenly you become the professor and I become the student, although at the end of the day, I still am the professor. Anyhow, folks, we're going to take a little bit. I am the very model of a modern major professor. I am going to ask that we take a break here for a few moments. We're going to reconvene at 4 p.m. So if you need the rest stop, feel free to do that. These panels need to be rotated.
That's how you would manage the water. I don't think you would have it dry and wet. You would probably have ways to allow more water to come in from, exactly.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Boy.
Nice job, Floyd.
It was a pleasure working with you. I really enjoyed it. And as I said, it's kept me entertained the whole time. You did a really good job. As you heard, I had the portfolio project, and I was impressed by her. Good, every single session. Good, good, love it. Oh, I'm sweating on my stuff. Look at my cheeks.
Then you're going back to Thailand, but I like the South. This is great. So wonderful project. I'm gonna share this with my.
That was beautiful. That, yeah. I would have put that more in the center. It's,
I can tell how much work went into it. So what happens? You go back to Bangkok now for like good?
I go back for like 2 months. So, my dad.
Maybe you can become representative. Okay, great. Budget. I'm in Georgetown and I just love this project and I've really enjoyed it.
okay, Daisy.
It's I love the investigation. This is what I talk about. And what we have to do professional, but also have the regular. Nice job. Yeah, okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Right. You need like fingers.
Well, you especially, you're the little man.
Oh, that's rigidly geometric.
You're going more than.
Now, like, how much for your thing? You could like, you can go to the site and walk down it.
The Irish guy in the back of the room. That would be your dad? Came down from that, Boston? Drove down from half of the app. Wicked good. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I wish I had not worn the shoes I wore yesterday. I would be in good shape today. But I'm going to Cabo on Saturday. So I'm going to take a week of just swimming and recovering. You're nice and relaxed, right? You get sleep? Wait until the top of the hour. I promise them that. So, this is, it's kind of rough. The 4 in a row is a lot. So you need a 7-minute stretch on this. Well, it looks beautiful. Join your optimist. Enjoy it. Nobody in this room is spending time with there ain't no cheesesteaks there. Aaron.
So I Actually, ironically, I had a bachelor's degree. Oh, really? So I've been wearing a brace actually. So it's like kind of it's not a fun. No, I have. Oh man. So flight 01 broke. And it also was nice. Well, this wasn't like fell out of so it the force and we landed. Oh, and I think it's so I had to get started. I don't know if you're ever. Oh, I'm not a medical person by any means. We were originally just. The next year to year. I think it's like necessarily well, I mean, yeah, that's always the base to me. When I was, not to be the old man, like when I was in school, they more of a tradition. First year grad, like I did a lot of actually taking yeah, when I was undergrad, I helped regulate in Boston, people have to be you have more, so you have 4 or 5 or 6 people. So you learn about what you're supposed to do eventually. That's your first.
What do you think? All ready?
Whenever you. It's kind of fun getting them like digested first.
Yeah, actually, it is important because if you sit on one end, you only get some information. They sit so close. It's like people.
I know.
What is it? I don't know. That's the old Mark McIntyre technique. Yeah.
Oh, I think so much about like visual communication.
And what's interesting about that is you just they're giving their honest opinion. They're not trying to.
They're not looking at you when they're saying something. Like comfortable saying it.
They would actually ask you.
Oh. Okay, we're going to get started in 2 minutes here. So if we want to just settle down, grab a chair, get comfortable. So we are coming back from Thailand, and we are on a final approach to Philadelphia. And we're going to look at a project that kind of explores a seam in the city and explores the idea of cooperative aging and a kind of mixed use urban design extravaganza, actually. I think it is. I don't want to build it up like that, but Riley's going to take us on a ride here, I'm sure. This is Riley. Her chair was Professor Filler, who's seated right over here. And he was joined by Dan Curry, who's seated over there even further away. And I'm over here in the infirm seating. I guess I might be eligible for the cooperative aging tax credit in your new design. So take it away, Riley.
All right, thank you. I am Riley O'Grady. Thank you all for being here today. And I would just say, I think in this case, cooperative aging and the idea of aging in place is applicable to not just elderly people or people thinking about retirement as we usually associate it, but it's also about the child who is growing up and learning from those around them. It's about the young adult who might be leaving the house for the first time. It's about the new parents who are figuring out how to raise a kid. And it is, of course, about the elderly person who is thinking about retirement and moving into a new space. Their forever home is a term that I've come to really love, and learning more about forever homes and what it means to age into a place, to have everything sort of accommodate your needs as you grow and change. As you grow and change, which is the real focus of this project and has very much to do about the individual's experience. And it really has on 3 scales. You have the urban, as you can see in front of you, the scope of connection to the context, as well as spaces to engage not only with your immediate neighbors, but those down the street, those within your vicinity. It's about the building and the spaces that you create with your next door neighbor and the places that your children can play out inside. And it's also about the individual unit, the place that you call home, and the spaces that can grow with you so you don't have to change a house every time that your family grows or changes, or your needs, your medical needs, God forbid, change as well. I really thought a lot about what it means to have these different types of houses, and I came to the conclusion that this is not a new idea. This isn't anything revolutionary. Humans naturally gravitate towards community. We build it around ourselves, we seek it out, we find neighborhoods, we find our front porches to talk to neighbors. And we have historic references like Tudor House in China, which is very ancient, and it has this sort of circular fortress. It was for safety, but it was also to create community. And then you have a much more modern example of La Borda in Barcelona, Spain, which creates the same idea of a courtyard building with engaging spaces, social places to stop and talk to somebody. Taking these ideas into the larger context of Philadelphia. Philadelphia is interesting because it has both historic and modern, and in a similar way, it has a lot of the things that this project is trying to embody, trying to bring those different ends of this age spectrum together, incorporating some historic buildings with some new ideas. The site itself is located just north of this historic district. We can see called out right here. This is what you would typically think of as the Philadelphia grid. You might have seen it in diagrams that really stretches between the Delaware River. And it's just north of that main axial connection. Originally, it was a river. So you might notice the kind of snaking pattern of this way. That is the original river pattern. Back when it was the Cohocquane River of the historic Philadelphia in 1750. Later, in 1962, you have the industrialization of many cities, including Philadelphia. And as is common, they used the riverbed for the trains because it made it more accommodating to the speed and the slope of their industrialization. And all of that water, all of it got pushed into a culvert underground. So that water is still present, but it's been submerged. And the city starts to build and grow around it. And as it industrializes, the blocks sort of disappear and you get these large format industrial buildings. In modern times, however, that's not conducive to sort of your human scale of living. These large blocks that are maybe 300, 400 feet long, sort of breaking that idea up and recarving out some of those courtyards and establishing some smaller scale buildings that maintain that street edge. And you can start to see they sort of frame the walkway itself. Thinking about that original river, and that's really where this idea of the bioswale, which you can see sort of snaking along the main central point, is to bring that water that was originally in the riverbed back up to the surface, daylight it, and allow people to enjoy some of the stormwater management and sort of maintain some of the integrity of the area. The site itself is situated just north of City Hall. We are looking south down the Philadelphia Peninsula. You can see the Franklin Bridge on the left-hand side, the site outlined in red, and City Hall just to the top corner on the right-hand side. It's pretty varied in the idea of this type of buildings. You have townhouses all the way up to large-scale modern buildings and everything in between. So this project also tries to grapple with some of the scale differences as well. Really thinking about the user experience, this idea of the different groups of people that we are trying to engage, thinking about the elder and like what their daily life might be like, engaging along this sort of coho walk, as we call it. They might spend their entire day moving through these different programmatic pieces and sort of listening and engaging with others, children as well, moving through these different zones, being able to play outdoors in larger green spaces or basketball courts, being able to attend classes or a dinner with family and friends to sort of move through the space. And your young adult who would be able to move through this zone as well and engage with some of their friends. The idea of social programming is also in a scale, in a sense. You have much smaller formats, like you might have a small intervention, which you can see here, which is just a small pharmacy. And it just sort of allows somebody to pick up their daily prescriptions versus something of a much larger scale, like a grocery store, or something that can sort of accommodate their daily needs. Sort of the idea that you might have a small pharmacy, a larger medical service, and then a close proximity or access by bus to a hospital can accommodate some of these daily needs close and your long-term needs a little further away, and trying to disperse that along this coho walk. The idea of these parks also sort of contracts and grows to suit different activity needs. You would have smaller spaces between buildings that sort of encloses around you versus opening up to allow for larger programming and a little bit more social engagement. And as a whole, this is Coho Walk as it moves from east to west, beginning with the Esslinger building, which was originally a historic brewery situated here. And it sort of begins the sort of termination of this railway because it was also a point on the delivery route of the train, and the natural train curved around it and starts to begin moving down this space. Esslinger House, as I'm calling it, is quite a large building because it's a typical factory made in brick. And so breaking that up into recreational spaces and a library to bring the public in at ground level and engaging them with some smaller scale plazas as it sort of opens out into larger plazas. And that's really where you begin to see some of this bioswale and spaces to interact and engage. Larger plazas for more play and a little bit more activity versus smaller spaces where you just sort of pass over and interact with the bioswale, little outlooks to sort of see the activity. And moving along, there are some existing historic buildings. There's the Franklin Music Hall, which is still in great use, but it has nothing around it but parking lots. So re-engaging that in a sort of street wall as it connects to this pedestrian way. Taking advantage of some of the historic context and some really interesting buildings and bringing them back into a denser fabric. Larger places where the bioswale sort of engages with different zones and sort of gives way to make little places of pickleball, which is quite popular. And then other ideas of other people's play, basketball courts, larger format lawns that sort of move through and allow little points to cross over, engage with the bioswale. And this, I think, was maybe one of the hardest challenges of this project. It is cut off from the waterfront by a large overpass. The Delaware Expressway is sort of cutting it off from the water. If you're familiar with Philadelphia, you understand that to the south and along the Old City, they are trying to develop a lot more of the waterfront, the intent being to move it further north, and hopefully one day connect to this site's project as well. But a common problem is it's cut off, and as many cities are, from the waterfront by this large highway system, which is really inhospitable to pedestrians. It's impossible to get under unless you have a car. It feels unsafe. As an individual, you probably wouldn't walk it alone, let alone at night or meander. So by creating a little bit of a protected move through the space, carving out the land underneath it and allowing it to be a larger plaza with some stepping backwards and some access to a nearby metro station also to sort of connect it to the larger context and allow some of that greenery to make it a little bit more protected and a little bit more of a sound buffer to the surrounding chaos. And at the waterfront, terminating at the Stillyard Pavilion, which is a smaller scale building and in comparison to some of its more large industrial sized buildings and modern skyscrapers, and bringing it down to the waterfront where the bioswale spills out naturally into the harbor and allows people to engage with an amphitheater outside and some of the natural wildlife at the very edge of this site. The building, as I had mentioned, is probably at the core, but the idea of occupied circulation, as I'm calling it, isn't just on the urban level where you have these moments to pause and interact with one another along your journey, but it also has to do with inside the building. This is the historic portion that I had mentioned at the base. These ideas of sort of occupied circulation is the sense that along your path, it's not just a corridor in the same way that this is not just a street, but also in the building, your hallway can sort of give and take to allow for this idea of the front porch, as I had mentioned earlier, place to stop and talk to somebody and a little bit of room to have a social gathering. It can change scales and sort of allow people to move vertically. It can also expand or contract to allow for some of the housing. And really it opens up to the idea of these adaptive units, which has to do with accommodating different types of needs for people. You have a 2-bedroom unit, a 1-bedroom unit, and a short stay, which is a sort of apartment style that somebody might be able to occupy for a short term. Family members staying with you, but you don't have a 2-bedroom apartment, which can be a common problem in modern times. The short stay can also be sort of absorbed into a 1-bedroom unit. Say you have a child and you need a secondary bedroom, you can buy the short stay next door and expand your own space without having to move to a completely different location and maybe lose the support network that you've built up around you. This idea of the adaptive unit has modular walls that can sort of give or take away from the column and beam construction. So these panels can be inserted or taken out depending on the user's need. The intent is that someone, even myself, would be able to operate or change these spaces as necessary to either create a bedroom, take away a bedroom, expand a living space, open up a kitchen, close off a kitchen. And that idea, I believe, is reflective of the entire project in that people make choices. People are engaging with one another and they make choices about where to go and who to engage with. And if you put these sort of opportunities along their path, hopefully they create their own communities and they engage with one another. The intent is that through social engagement, this idea of occupied circulation, this idea of adaptive housing, that people will be able to support themselves and support one another, aging in place, growing, and changing. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you all for coming.
It's very interesting. You know, Jason, you don't realize that there are people all pointing at you at the moment. You've volunteered somehow. Sure can.
Okay, Riley, the middle axon there with the stair, where is that in the building or in the site?
That is more of an experiment onto what types of programming would be possible. It was part of an initial design to have those kind of stairs through phases of thinking about the user. One question I had was, how can every person be able to engage with it? The problem with large stairs, they're really interesting and engaging for play, but they're not as conducive to somebody who might be in a wheelchair or a little bit mobile, have difficulty with mobility. So the idea would be that maybe these spaces can be engaged in some of the context buildings. These square blocks are about 300 by 400 feet. So that is actually based off of the historic sort of mapping. Philadelphia had these original smaller street grids. If we go all the way back. Oh, I apologize.
How did you decide? Okay. How did you decide to organize the parcelization of the blocks and the blocks themselves, I guess?
Yeah, so Philadelphia was not always so large format in its gridding. They did originally have some of the smaller streets, which there are still remnants of. Yes?
I think she's taking the longer.
Ah, okay. It is based off of the historic streets and what was originally there before the 1960s. It's still large format parking, surface parking, and some larger buildings. It is in the sense that it's like remnants of a street, so it moves to the parking lot. You have some historic buildings. This one faces this street as well as this one here. So you have some remnants of a street edge, like the historic buildings called out, but a lot of it sort of disappeared into like big parking lots.
I guess to be more precise, my question is, there seems to be a kind of size of building there's a lot of kind of dumbbell kind of buildings with buildings on the end of a block and then something in the center and buildings of a similar dimension. Is that by intention or what? Or is that related to what was there? Because, you could have made a plan that had parcels on it, and people could see, how the parcelization works, which is a little bit of what happened in Philadelphia. It's a very complicated story, but could you just talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. I had considered just sort of making this idea of like a master plan, that you would have these parcels that could be developed or changed in the future. When I was looking at it, I really wanted to imply that there was more of a street edge and how you sort of grapple with the historic buildings and adding in some context. So I made the attempt to create an infill in this historic or non-historic area around these historic buildings. So sort of creating this like regular double loaded corridor depth for these different blocking pieces to sort of imply that this could be a continued development, that in the future these spaces might be taken and they might change. It's not necessarily as important as like the street front face.
I mean, I can just start with my comment because then I think, first of all, I really was really interested in the kind of graphic representation, the variety that you've used here, and in particular these kind of analytical sort of sketches that are really fantastic. A little bit of a Carlos Carpa, kind of nouveau Carlos Carpa here, like with all this, annotations. It's really fascinating. And then in terms of the proposal, I'm a landscape architect, so it's kind of drawn, to the trees first and foremost, and this idea of, the creek, the daylighting of this former creek. And I think, so I was fascinated by the idea that you're trying to make this an adaptable sort of district that, with the buildings that can adapt and follow the, people's lives as, and adapt to, their lifestyles. So I think that's interesting. But the landscape, I find it's a bit more static. So in a way, you've created an adaptable sort of architecture, but the landscape that goes with it is very much your vision of what an urban landscape should be and should contain. So I was a little bit intrigued, I was interested in sort of finding out more because I find that the dispersed program that you have there, I mean, in what way, how did you come to it? Like, I don't find a deeper understanding of what people that live in Philadelphia now need. It's more like your interpretation of it. And in that sense, I mean, I wonder then how is a landscape that is, it occupies so much of the space that, the public realm that you've created, in what way will this be adaptable? It should have the same spirit, I would say.
Absolutely.
Right. So, and I find like what other elements could you, and that made me think that maybe this, decision of daylighting kind of locked you in something that's very unadaptable, when it comes to the landscape. So I wanted to hear more about your decision making about that.
Absolutely. I think it really came down to this idea that like trying to bring people into a space that is, it's very industrial, there's nothing there presently, sort of a central location, a point with which the urban development might grow from. People, an attraction in a sense that people will come to this place and they'd want to develop here because there's this sort of central corridor, very similar to like a main street, something that can sort of shops can face onto it. It's maybe a little bit more controlled to your point. Maybe it could be more adaptive and maybe it grows and changes in the future. I think that could definitely be a further development of this project to see how that could maybe be more modular. Maybe there's different types of spaces that would change depending on the type of building that's coming into it. Absolutely.
It would be interesting to think of it as, think of the landscape maybe as a kit of parts, just like you have lifestyle sort of, building functions. You also have landscape functions that could be applied, that could be activated, and it could have different typologies of landscapes. So you don't end up with this, essentially it's the same exact sort of solution with just a little bit of a gesture to sports or to community here. But yeah, so thinking more about, maybe those decisions that the community can develop. So you provide a framework. The Super Keelan project in Denmark kind of makes me, it's this kind of pink sort of, yeah, super Keelan, I think they call it. But, there was a deliberate sort of a understanding of, well, we create this canvas for people to start to paint on. I find this is not really there, but I wonder if maybe a little editing might allow for things to start to appear naturally and more from the bottom up. Because otherwise, maybe the intention is to be bottom up, but the result is very top down. Sort of, it's decided for everybody.
Well, first of all, I'm going to say that I'm really biased because I know you very well, and I know you're a great designer and very thoughtful, and I know that this year is the result of immense study. I really appreciate the fact that you are creating what you just said, a framework for this gathering, this being human, that connecting with other folks. As you know very well, this is not unique, right? You don't need to go to Denmark. You can go to Frederick. You have this. You go to Charlottesville. You have a mini version of this, which is fantastic. Yours borrows on this idea of this former river, and that is great because it actually gives you this organic shape and gives a reason to that, instead of the one in Charlottesville, which is really a connection between UVA and the end of that mall, but still exciting. I can see this framework being something that Philadelphia could even want to do, because it does need space like this. It has some areas that are parks and along the river and so forth, but this connectivity and this beginning, middle, and end to it, I find it fascinating. And the way that you are dealing with the highways, which, we can spend an hour just talking about that alone. I do like that your building is a co-located facility of a library and a recreational facility. I kind of know a little bit about that too. And I think that is a terrific catalyst for bringing folks in. And I think that all of these master planned buildings, even if the widths are just indicated for residential use or for commercial use or whatnot, I think that they are the very beginnings of a interesting development here. And so I just want to congratulate you for a wonderful thesis and very thoughtful. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a very interesting project, which is a lot of fun, actually. I can tell you can have some fun here. But immediately I thought of the project in Copenhagen by Big. And in there, they talked about the different areas that it went through. It's just linear park, and allowed for the different neighborhoods and cultures of those neighborhoods, different, nationalities that are in there. you know, reflected. And this is not that long, so I know it's not like super clone, but how did you, I mean, you've got a few buildings here, but in your next step, would you maybe dig a little bit deeper into the influences of the places that this is, you know, going through? And getting back to the water, I wanted to ask a question. Originally it was the river or Streams River, and then it was, you know, put in a culvert, and then you've opened it up, right? So how are you addressing the current runoff that did come into here? Because we had a similar project, similar condition in a project in Charlottesville, actually, called the SIA, Strategic Investment Area, where we had all this water. There was a stream that had been culverted, and it was pulling out water from downtown as well as the neighborhood. And if we had put it up on top by itself, it would have flooded, it would have done that. So we ended up dealing with a dual system of the stuff that had all the garbage in it, you know, going underneath, and then we had a collection way on top, and where it merged, we had a series of weirs to collect the trash and then slow it down and then go forward. But that was past, you know, that was more of a natural environment. And I'm wondering, you know, one is the culture, and then the second is, in really looking at this, how you might start to think about how the water from the adjacent areas comes into this. So.
Absolutely. To answer your first question about the sort of culture and connection, it's kind of an interesting zone in the fact that it sits between two developed areas. It's sort of a kind of a patch of parking space that kind of disconnects two different areas. So the intent would really be to either let like people collect here, but also move through it vertically and down into the old city and up to Northern Liberties, which is a neighborhood right next door. So to kind of let people pass through it in a safer space, and hopefully they stick around and they engage with one another and sort of start to build a community here. To answer your second question, I would love to dig more into the stormwater management. It's actually a really fascinating topic that we had discussed a little bit more in a 600 level studio about stormwater management. And thinking about some of the things here, the sort of natural topography, which I could have talked for maybe another 30 minutes about some of this like natural topography and how it sort of slopes down to this river and sort of would allow naturally some water from this area to collect at this lowest point and hopefully run towards the waterfront in a natural way. But I think it could definitely be aided by further stormwater management, thinking of like what you had mentioned, weaves and different things of like managing some of like the trash and sort of the urban sort of influence on any water source, I think would be a really fascinating further step to this.
So you have lots and lots of ideas. So congratulations on your ideography, being able to generate lots of ideas. I think it's great. It reminds me, so I'm trying to think of like, what do I think about this in context with a city? And what is it taking away or adding to the streets and the fabric of the city? And what it really reminds me of is the High Line. It's like the High Line on the ground, right? The low line.
It's funny that you mentioned that. The original name was Lowline, but I thought that was a little too.
But I think that that the High Line, and I think this is an idea that you know gives you, it's a pedestrian way through the city, and it gives you the opportunity to have things that you can't have at the street level, but not compete with a street as a street. I wish the park under the highway was bigger and greener, just a bigger green island there. But I think one of the things about the High Line that I don't see here that's kind of one of my favorite things are the clues when you're looking down these, is this north-south?
Yes.
Streets, that when you're walking down the street that you see a stair going up to the High Line, or you see the High Line crossing the street, that gives you this clue to keep going there. And I think adding something at those intersections to just tease you and identify this and connect you with all of this. We just, that's just, those are just my thoughts, but I think there are a lot of great ideas along the way.
Just say one thing. I really enjoyed what you said, but I debate a little bit about the clues. On one hand, they're wonderful. On the other hand, it's so wonderful to walk down a street like in Charlottesville, and all of a sudden you see this mall pop
You see
up.
this out, yeah.
Yeah, you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't know. And to me, there is this surprise element that I find so wonderful. You can put clues by putting paved areas or something that you go.
One over there and none in between. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just the kind of,
Anyway,
it's like, I'm
Matt?
kind of thinking how to intersect.
You're next, Bill. Yeah, we'll sit down there in a sec. Just one thing about the urban stuff here. Well, feel free to go if you need to. I'm not sure the High Line's the right analogy, to tell you the truth. What this makes me think of is how London developed. And the way London developed is London, the estates had stream valleys between the estates. And the stream valleys got covered over. And the little crinkly streets over top of the stream valleys became the retail streets. So all the estates had these little grids with their little parks in the center. And then there was this kind of network of things. It reminds me a little bit more of that, which is somewhat apropos of Philadelphia, because Philadelphia had the fire of London, and it's a long story, but it influenced greatly the development of Philadelphia. I think it's a very interesting idea. And the reason why I think it's an interesting idea is because I think what's happened in Philadelphia is all those giant pen blocks got subdivided with smaller streets. So like you have Delancey Street, which is a lovely street in Philadelphia, and it's not a Penn Street. And the Penn Streets are wider and they carry more traffic. And what happened over time was the townhouses that faced onto the Penn Streets were so big, they got subdivided into apartment buildings, and the smaller carriage houses and townhouses on the smaller streets became highly desirable because they were quieter and the buildings are more sized for family sizes, of today. So you go down these small streets like South of Rittenhouse Square, and you see these wonderful little streets with these kind of very appropriate townhouses. So and they're a block off the main streets, so they're quiet. And in actual fact, the other thing that happens in Philadelphia is they don't line up. So the Penn grid lines up, but the ones that got subdivided do this, right? And I think actually there's a potential for this sort of thing to be a quiet residential enclave. I don't think retail would work in here at all because there's no visibility, but a quiet residential walk through the city that could have periodic amenities that you've outlined. I think probably my inclination would be maybe to have fewer plazas, or if you had them, as many as you would like, to have them be a little smaller, like cutouts on corners rather than bigger plazas, because they kind of tend to compete with each other a little bit, and the big one down there and the big one down here makes sense. The ones in between, I think I might have made a little modest, and it gets back, and then I'll stop talking, a little bit to this question of platting, like how you lay out the sort of next level of what kind of building typologies go in there. Because right now, the way you've drawn this at this nominal apartment building width, I actually think it'd be much better if you could figure out a way to plat this so that people could build row houses, they could build small apartment buildings, they could build larger apartment buildings, because then I think you would have this kind of very diverse housing stock in one place that people could choose from. Right now, to me, it looks a little bit like a monoculture of housing stock, the double-loaded apartment building, at least the way you've drawn it. Okay, and maybe that wasn't your intention, but I actually think given the amount of space you have and the amount of fabric you're making here, you could easily imagine a kind of thing where you could weave in 3 or 4 very different kind of types: small apartment buildings, larger apartment buildings, duplexes, row houses, 2-over-2s, whatever it is. And you would have this beautiful kind of residential thing with periodic civic things, all kind of defined by a very diverse and varied fabric that is beautifully related to each other across the streets and things like that, and would be highly desirable because of its location and because of its tranquility. And I think, to me, that's the real virtue of the project. And I love this drawing, by the way. I love that you did it. There are immense problems with it. No, I'm just kidding. But I love that you did it. And to me, the water is almost secondary. What's that? I'm just kidding. But she knows I'm kidding. But the water is secondary to me at one level. I think the idea of the urban placemaking is really, to me, the essential thing. Bill, wait, hold on. Bill, wait. I'm delivering this to Bill Bonstra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Who said poor Bill? I'm taking you out, Tom. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here. I like the thoughts of this sort of necklace, this pearl necklace that runs through the city. It's a unique experience. That's what we look for. The only success we're going to have in the urban conditions is create unique experiences, okay? And you don't have to, it doesn't have to be contrived. It doesn't have to be the alley at the wharf. It doesn't, this is the Plaka. This is the river that runs in through the Plaka in Athens, where you uncover some of the water at different times as you come through. It's a unique experience, and maybe these spaces are a little different. Obviously, it's going to be very different underneath the highway, and you've got some different things happening. So I think the authentic condition that you're generating here is very much like the High Line and how it added real estate value to the city. And I think you, as a developer, would want to connect to something like this because it's a big move. And that's what I think the power of this idea is about.
I'm going to be quick, but I think that there's an opportunity, and I just want to point this out, that I think we've opened up the trench for making the water visible, but I think there's a chance to maybe engage with it a little bit more. And that can be explored in a way that might also solve some of the other things that have been raised, which is something you've got close to in your drawing, which is this line right here. This section perspective is an opportunity to potentially engage with stepping down and coming up, maybe even going up and over a couple roads so you can bridge over, you can get down. And I'm reminded of the canals in Utrecht. You can actually step down from the main drag and get down at the river's edge. There are canal boats that come along, and there are wonderful restaurants down there. It's much cooler. You set up a little microclimate at that very low water level. Granted, this is a creek relative instead of a river, but creating little eddies or pools that are along that creek side can allow for maybe changes in scale, because right now there's changes in plan that I see that make different places, but I think there's changes in section that could also really start to enliven and enrich the proposal. So
To that point, I definitely would love to continue this project. And I think I could probably do it for another 4 years. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Because I really wanted to ask this at the beginning, immediately you'd finish, because I've been sitting here feeling very stupid because I clearly didn't understand something. You explained it very, very fluently. All that's great, but I feel like I came in halfway through the movie. Let me just point anyway. Is that the back of an existing building?
No, the ones that are existing are called out with these smaller plans and sort of imposed programming here.
Okay, so for example, that's not the back of an existing
No,
building.
that would be a new
Okay,
building.
that's not the back of an existing building. That's not the back of an existing building. So why isn't there a representation of what happens by cutting through? Because essentially what's happened here, I understand the thing about the culverted river, which is being opened up. And I understand this is a sequential space, which is a social generator, including for old people such as myself. So I'm a potential participant in your project. But what I don't understand is by essentially scything through these blocks, why isn't there an architectural representation of that? Because actually the quality of the project in any one of these blocks where you scythe through it is what happens to this facade, what happens to this facade, how that one interacts with this one, rather than just the insertion. And I think to ignore representation of it in at least one block is a major omission in the thesis project. I'm sorry. And that's why I was sitting there saying I'm feeling stupid, because I thought, no, it can't be that she's cut through these blocks at various angles, some of which I have to say I find rather arbitrary and tectonically unsatisfying. And we are architects, and we deal with tectonics, and we deal with geometry. Do you understand why I'm making that comment?
Absolutely, I understand your comment.
But why isn't it drawn?
I think further study is absolutely, like, going forward in this project, absolutely. The study of those facades would be very important. I would just like to note that this is an existing street, and the street fronts would be along this path. So I'm not cutting through the block
So you're not
itself.
cutting through any block?
No.
So that is the back of an existing building?
No, it's the front. There, sorry, I should have explained it from the graphics a little.
Sorry,
It's a parking lot, and it's a large
am I being thick?
No, not at all.
No, I'm seriously. So was Riley, was this a single block?
No, that was not existent. It's just a large parking lot with a road running through it.
This is the parking lot here.
It's currently Willow Street.
Okay, I think you've got to take an audience with you. I may not be the sharpest tool in the box, but if I can't understand the context of this, then I've got a problem with believing it. And I honestly, from the get-go, I didn't understood it was a social generator. I understood it was about cooperative aging, or whatever you've described it, adaptive housing, and so on. Okay. It's very dense. Is that a deliberate move?
Yes, it is deliberate to have a denser zone right there, just at the beginning. It's sort of a collection of some of these ideas into one location. This idea of social engagement, housing, all of that sort of accumulates in this larger floor plate with a recreational center and a library at the ground level, and then housing above.
Okay, I mean, as a strategy, it reminded me of that Northern Californian architect. Was it Lawrence Halprin? Yeah. You know, and this was stuff that was coming up when I was significantly younger. And, you know, I bought the idea, you know, and I buy the idea now, but I think there is a representational issue which isn't selling it as well as it should be. Second thing is, you're hanging a lot on the architecture of this building, which is pretty reductivist, you know, if I may say so. It's a very simple section. Is it balcony access? No, it's not balcony access.
An atrium space.
Okay, I think you could be more generous with natural daylight. You know, if you look at the plans there, if you're trying to hang all these different programs on it, this again has an enormous density to it, which one just dies for this to be fragmented somehow and be much more porous. I just think in terms of, you know, an architecture that's multi-programmatic. I'm sorry, it sounds like I'm being highly critical, but I think you're very fluent, you're very, very confident. It's a North American thing. No, but it's a fact. You know, British students, after 6 years of study, will freeze in their tracks. You know, if they catch a glance across the other side of the room, they think the project's going down badly. But we're in a different environment. But please take your audience with you, and please start state the stark, staringly bleeding obvious so that we understand what the project's about.
We're at the end. We do have to move on because we have a very complex change again. So I just want to jump in before I pass the microphone back to the committee chair. When a magician does a trick where something is going to materialize in his hand or her hand, they always do this. The context is empty. And then they do something and then they have a sphere in their hand. You've just shown us the sphere and you haven't shown us the context sufficiently. And that's what a lot of this confusion's about. And then to add on to that, the context probably has property lines. My colleague down there that always has bad things to say said, well, that probably has property lines. It might be, that might have helped to inform the grain of this little. But I just want to go back to my experience with this, is this was a project that was fascinating, Riley, at a number of different scales. And it was really a series of artifact buildings and a place, a no place in search of a thesis. And this was attacked through what I would call a murder board or an evidence board. When you would go in and when you would go in, no, yeah, but a murder board is in Fargo, they call it a murder board because in Fargo, there's always a murder. And you'd go into studio and she would have all these drawings set up with lines going, well, this is where we found the defendant. This is where we found the evidence. I mean, it was just really incredible, the layered and density of the thought at all these variety of scales. So I just want to just say is that what you see around here is really part of an ongoing process of thought about how to create a thesis for place. And I want to pass this to the chair of the committee so he can talk.
It was a pleasure working with you. I think in the last hour, we had to take that down from 75 sheets to about 15 sheets of trace to pin up on. We could have pulled over 3 more Cronraths over. I think I was just telling your parents here, right? You're the parent. It's best to get the reviewers arguing so you don't have to talk. So, good job on that. I had 4 quick thoughts. The first, I'm starting to see this thematically across all the thesis project now. I think the first is a layered and rich site with history. I think it's really critical, and I think you selected a site that had a lot of beautiful poetics to it. The second is, I think we've talked a lot today about ambition and the scale of projects, and I think the thesis idea should drive that ambition, and your idea of kind of elongating the procession of aging out into an urban environment and this temporal aspect from morning to evening was what kind of drove this entire project. It could have easily been one building, but it just couldn't have been based off your idea. The third, I think, like what Brian is saying, is this kind of layers, and the layers and process of your thinking were incredible. There's so much depth and breadth to the study. And then I think it's actually 5 scales. I think it's the city, I think it's the block, I think it's the building, I think it's the room/unit and the detail. And I really do think you looked at all 5 scales. We could have talked about this board the entire time. The detail you put into your unit plans, I think, were incredible, as you can see over there on the wall. So, I'm excited to see where this goes, and it was a pleasure working with you. So thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, folks. So for the reviewers, if you will take a moment, stand up, stretch your legs for a bit. We're going to be looking this way, but we got to change this wall around. Push this over here out of this way.
Always have become a better place to be. And they're so organic. You know, there's nothing planned. This doesn't. It's going to be different. What does that mean? What kind of building is about?
Okay, folks, we're going to ask you to take a seat. We're going to face in this direction. Well, you know, I thought about bringing my walker today. Okay, if we could all get settled in, get a chair, make yourself at home. Here, Roger, I think Bill is going to land there one way or another. I'm predicting it. Yep, I was right. See, I look out for you, Roger, more times than one. Yeah, I will look out for you. Okay. Whew. This is last but not least, we're going to go to Guatemala. And we're going to have an opportunity to look at Antigua, which is a really spectacular town in Guatemala. And Daisy visited this town and analyzed this town. And this is really a sort of place-based investigation. So Daisy's committee was Professor Bell, who I think you've met. And Daisy, he won't say any bad things about this. Daisy's also doing a dual degree in architecture and urban planning. So she's going to do a master's of community planning and a master of architecture later this next week. And her thesis committee was composed of Dean Jordan, Brittany Williams, and myself. And that's the last introduction I need to do, but I'll have some words to say at the very end. So Daisy, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Hi. First, I want to start by thanking Professor Bell for guiding me in this thesis. I would also like to thank the rest of my committee chair for your support. It means a lot to me to be standing here. And I would also like to thank my parents for everything that they've done for me to be here. And Ma, pa, gracias por sus apoyo. And I would like to just, I don't know, sorry. Okay, begin. Yeah. Okay. Do I use this?
You want to use it?
I can.
Yeah, no extra charge.
Okay. Okay, so this thesis is exploring Antigua, exploring timber construction in a historic town. This. So it's exploring the timber technology while understanding and learning and embracing the culture. And so I just wanted to show this quick sketch that I did when I was in Antigua. You can kind of see it's a low, dense area with a volcano on the south-facing side. So Antigua is located within a ring of fire. There are 3 volcanoes, Volcán de Agua, Volcán de Fuego, and Volcán Acatenango. And you can see Antigua, it's like a really small town within the mountain range. And this is Volcán de Agua. This is the one that faces southwest, and it's a dormant volcano. And you can kind of begin to see the streets are very unique and charming. Volcán de Fuego is one of the ones that erupts on a regular basis. When I was in Antigua, I actually saw, I took that. And so the streets of Antigua are very unique. The buildings are painted different colors. Doorways and window trims are all unique. With arches and iron grills on windows.
And then this is an image of one of the ruins, and there's multiple ruins on the site. And these churches were destroyed by earthquakes from the 1773. And so here I begin the urban analysis. I studied how Antigua was originated, and it started by this 5x5 grid and later expanded over time. And so this is what Antigua is today. You can kind of see how it's dense, how it has been expanded. And then it has these grids that run north, south, west, east. And here I was trying to overlay the 5x5 and just like overlaying these maps to really see how the city has expanded and how I would expand within this grid. And so starting with like the law of Indies and breaking down the urban blocks, I took one of the squares and like broke them down and like how that history and how Antigua was formed by breaking down into 4 quadrants and incorporating these courtyard spaces within the blocks. And so from my analysis, I found that there was typically a 30-foot perimeter wall within these blocks, and then it's subdivided by walls into quadrants, and again these courtyards within the space. And I found that it was about 20 to 30% of courtyard spaces within the blocks. And then looking into the part of the urban fabric and the urban spaces, the green spaces, there's the main plaza in the center that takes up the full block, 340 by 340, and then other blocks do the same with a church and a park, and every park becomes different. And so after all the analysis, I was looking for what site will I be building on, and I found this one on the east side of the city. It's well connected to the center, which is probably another reason why I chose it. It has direct access to this space here is the market space, and then above is one of the churches, the main churches in Antigua. And so I began expanding the grid, and this is kind of how I began to break the site and how I integrated the streets and just breaking down the blocks and like how will I develop the land. Oh, sorry, and then, wrong way. And I also wanted to incorporate, or on this side, I also wanted to engage this neighborhood in the site. And then I also chose the site because there are 3 ruins on the site, and there's one specifically that is, this is a photo that I found in one of the books, but it's left abandoned. When I was there, everything was closed, and so I wanted to engage it with the site. And so here is how I began to develop it. I chose to do a mix of housing and mixed density, and really allowing any family to be able to live here, as well as creating community spaces for people and kids, and really anyone, locals or tourists, while also integrating a school for the new development. So the community center is located on the north side, or the northern side, and then there's like blocks of residential and then the school. And so this axon here is showing the different densities and how I was trying to incorporate the 1-story, 2-story density, while also creating urban blocks within the spaces. And I also I understand that it's a new technology, and but I wanted to learn from Antigua. So I took all, like you can kind of see, here are all the sketches and what I learned from the trip and just the analysis. And so I didn't want to lose the character of this historic town, and so I wanted to apply what I learned. And then here you began to see the different like the densities that I created using almost like a modular system, 10 by 10 system, and every unit I kept adding. So it's like there's a 20 by 20, a 20 by 40, and then a 20 by 30 two-story buildings. And then, yeah, these are more about the windows and details. And then the community center, I decided that I thought it was a good, a thought that was missing from Antigua when I was there. I would see kids like playing around like in the plaza, which is great. But I also thought that maybe they could use a space for not just kids but like adults and anyone who would like a space for learning. And so I wanted to integrate the ruins with this design. And so the idea behind the timber technology is mainly because of the earthquake, and it's an earthquake-prone region. So when an earthquake comes by, walls collapse, roof fall on families, and families lose their homes, and they have like a hard time, rebuilding their homes. And so this community center could also be a space for refuge during an earthquake. The basketball center in the interior could be used as a shelter. And then going into the structure is really introducing that technology. In Guatemala specifically, there is a forest industry that has training, but there are still some parts where there's illegal foresting, and they really provide that training to make this forest industry better. And so really integrating or bringing in that new technology could allow people to one, live in more like healthy buildings using that like CLT and column, post and beam. And also economically, there is like more opportunity for jobs and a sustainable career and opportunity. And as well as like socially, people, they gain more skills, and the idea behind specifically the community center would be a way for people to come together and learn about the technology and have the proper training, and use their local renewable resource to build the building. And so with that, I conclude my presentation.
Don't be shy. Somebody wants to talk. There we go.
This is a very nice project, and I've enjoyed going from Oregon to Bangkok to now Guatemala. I knew a little bit about Antigua, but your presentation over here and then your sketches have really allowed someone like myself to get a sense for the place. And I loved your diagram of the volcanoes, and it's like, I mean, I knew about, like, there was like one,
Yeah, there's
but I
actually
didn't,
a
that
few.
was like, whoa. I'm an East Coast kid, so I'm fascinated by these volcanoes,
Yeah.
both in the United States and here. But I felt your presentation was very helpful and oriented, which was great. And then when you were talking, you were showing your sketches and you went down there. I'm so glad. I'm a big proponent as architects of, we do photography, obviously, but sketching allows us to see something differently, and we spend a little bit more time with it. And you start looking, you were looking at how the detail around the windows were, where the photographs you get it, you go back and look at. But I really want to compliment you on your diagramming. Your urban diagrams are great. The breakdown, the analysis, and then the study, that taking the time to really study the place and just doing photographs is fantastic. And then taking that and understanding the city fabric and the square, you explained that tremendously, so I get a sense for the city now. And there's a central square, right? That's
Yes,
and that's
yes.
a cultural thing, I guess, because doesn't Mexico City have a central square like that? So, you know, I'm starting to feel the place, and then it flows very easily into the concept of the community center, and it seems to make sense to me. It's really great. And then incorporating the older church is great. So I think that for me, from just an urbanistic perspective at that level, this is a really, really strong project, and it's really well documented, presented. And it's looks like it would be a fantastic addition to the city. What I'd like to know more about is if you could tell me and they talk about the residential component and how that fits in with the other components, because I get this, but that I'm trying to understand the translation and then with your sketches. So.
Okay, so the design, so I basically took what I learned from the city, and all the answers were in Antigua. But basically, for the density part, I saw that in Antigua, it's like 1 to 3 stories. And then with the housing, specifically like each unit, I didn't want to do anything like super crazy because, you know, the idea is to provide like that affordable housing. But I just really wanted to try to preserve like the characteristics of Antigua within the new design.
The unit that you start, could you go into a little bit more detail in how this analysis then broke into your layout? Because it's up here. I'm just trying to hear what up here in your head. I'm just trying to hear how that broke down.
Okay, by like the unit type, is that what? This okay, yeah. So basically, the different bedroom sizes for different families, but I also wanted to incorporate the courtyards into the unit. It provides the light and air for either bedrooms or the living spaces, and the typology is really what I incorporated the most, is like that courtyard typology was probably the key factor in like the layout of the units.
Well, I just want to tell you that I'm incredibly impressed with this thesis. I think it's an
Thank you.
incredibly strong thesis, and the care and the research that you did really show on a preposition that could be really, really interesting at a real level. I'm looking at the layers of things that you studied all the way from the blocks into the detail of the units, and the thinking that you put to solve some of the issues. For example, the modular plan that you created for these units, I find that interesting because it does solve a problem that you can actually have these units be constructed in almost in a phased way, in a very economic way. There is an economy of scale. Also, the choice of materials of using wood. Wood is a tensile product, and it works really well in earthquakes. So your thought of actually doing things in wood instead of masonry, which is quite the norm, there is more masonry, but doing that is actually solves a terrible problem of these buildings falling apart on people's heads. Your care of creating a neighborhood that looks like it was always there. It's amazing. And in the respect and linkage to the convent at the end, I thought that was an incredible, nice touch. So, muy bien, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Fantástico.
Yes. Question. Well, I also was really fascinated. It was so nice to see. You're a great storyteller, and I think you've done
Thank you.
an impressive job at this kind of visual storytelling, weaving us through, taking us through this investigation of yours, and the different media that you used. So that's fantastic. One question I have is about, thinking about you thought about community and you thought about living, but I wonder if, what kind of process, what commercial sort of production uses? Have you found evidence in the urban fabric of that? And how would you go about transforming? Is it just a matter of maybe, it could be as simple as maybe identifying units that could turn into commercial spaces, so that we also think about this kind of lifting up of, families and, a social economy, a community-based economy. Have you thought about that? And where would you, locate them?
I did. I definitely did think about it, and I think the reason why I chose to just do housing is because the center of Antigua is mainly it's catered to tourism, and so there are a lot of like shops and restaurants and like really anything like tourist attractions within the central city. And so the local people don't get to live there because it's expensive. So they live on the outskirts. And so the idea was to create housing specifically like for them to live in the city.
I'd like to ask you about, this is waterfront property, and the water had not really been incorporated into urban life, or at least I don't think so. So can you talk about what you envision that green space being or offering to people that they don't currently have?
The green space? Yes, that is a good point, and I will definitely say that during my final production, I started critiquing my own work, and I was like, well, why did I add so many green spaces? But at the same time, it was more for housing to be like with on the like the perimeter and create those green spaces. And I think a lot of that came from the analysis. I saw that there's the green space that are surrounded by like the buildings. And it's very inviting for people to have their own space, again, because it's very touristy in Antigua.
I'm interested in is the river, the strip.
Oh,
that goes
okay,
along the
yeah.
water.
It's a very like shallow like stream. It's more for water flow than anything. It's not anything crazy. Like, yeah. But I just wanted to create like just more of like planting trees and an area for people to like hang out. It's not anything. It's just for water flow. Yeah.
Daisy, thanks for your presentation. We've talked about sustainability in a lot of different ways in a lot of different projects today. The one aspect that we haven't talked about is economic sustainability, and we invent our own problems, right? Like we want to solve this, we want to solve that. You have taken the architectural problem, solved that, but you've added a new dimension to it, to this conversation today, which is the economic impact of a project like this and the potential for changing the region for making things and becoming an exporter and really driving home how people can make a living, right? Like the sustainability of human beings is predicated on their economic viability. So I really applaud your taking the step beyond not just solving the architectural issues, but the economics that feed into that. And I think that actually leans really heavily on the way you introduced the project. You have a caring for the people that are invested in you and in the process, and that are the ones that are well represented throughout the project using the building and the structures that you've created. And I think that adds another thing that we just want to, strikes me very strongly. Like I love that we're taking care of people. Buildings do that, right? That's what these things are for. And I just want to comment and elevate that discussion piece because, the buildings do it, but then so do the jobs that the buildings create. And then you've got this industry now around CLT in the region that might not be there that can be somehow really appropriately mass produced to react to the volcanic based earthquakes that are happening. It's really a tightly woven package of really interesting and strong ideas that again, just have an extra dimension. So kudos.
Thank you.
So I feel like this is like a travel brochure. Like I've gone to this place that I've learned so much more about it than I knew. And I mean this in the most possibly positive way. The modesty of this is amazing. I mean, it is like I said, I'm so glad you didn't do a hotel and cater to, you know, more American tourists coming to Latin America and displacing people. And I think you gave us a great story of how you thought through it and how you took what was there and without bravuro or ego, you just learned from what you saw and put it together modestly but brilliantly. And I love this section because it looks like real life in the cities that I visited. I'm hoping that that's a goat, not a dog, but that's just me.
Oh, it's actually a dog.
But you know, the woman weaving and the people talking and you know the dogs in the street. I mean, it has this sense of reality and completeness and simplicity that you don't get to simply. You get to it with great deal of thought and editing and I really like the flags across the street because I love those in Latin America. So the section's lovely. Thank you.
I don't really have much to add, except that I want to thank you, Daisy, for being clear, because it's an obligation when we communicate with each other to be clear. And what you're doing here is actually communicating lots of very complicated ideas, but you see no virtue in making them more complex than they need be. This is it's a beautiful town which is world famous, and the potential perils of making an insertion into it are so huge that the whole project could have been a complete train wreck. But you've done it so beautifully because you care about it. It's in your DNA. And the other interesting thing from my perspective, I haven't been to Guatemala. I've been to quite a few Latin American countries, but you've captured actually not just the DNA of the housing types and how sophisticated they are in a simple way. You actually captured the DNA of the landscape as well, because this way of being able to provide urban spaces, green spaces at lots of different scales, it's actually quite hard to do well. And most architects tend to overcomplicate things. You know, we have a problem that I think we tend to overcomplicate. I'm very old now. I've probably just reached the point where I could be a good architect. You know, but you already, in your makeup, in the intellect you bring to your projects, in the way you represent them, in the way you explain them, the complementarity between this presentation and that presentation, which is easily the best I've seen in the last 2 days, easily the best. Super project, well done.
Thank you.
You've stumped them. Anybody in the back bench? The camera is for idlers who use a machine to do their scene for them, to draw oneself, to trace the lines, to handle the volumes, to organize the service. All this means first to look, and then to observe, and finally to discover. And it is then that inspiration may come. Of course, that comes from, of all people, Le Corbusier, right? So first of all, before I pass this over to Professor Bell to conclude, Daisy, you've probably been on more education abroad programs than just about any student in this school, and including self-directed program to Antigua, and hooray. You've proven that it's possible to do that.
Yes.
And that has, all of those bits and pieces have enriched and gotten you to where you are today. The second thing, this has nothing to do with your thesis, but all of a sudden I was talking to to Joseph Williams back there. And, I've been looking at this all semester. Now I see it drawn up, and particularly some of the perspectives. I'm thinking to myself, two-story courtyard buildings, gridiron block, volcano. No, 3 volcanoes. This is 79 AD. This is Pompeii in 79 AD, except these people have more guts than the folks in Pompeii because they got 3 volcanoes all around them. And the fact that they've somehow survived this long is amazing. I'm going to pass this over to Professor Bell, the chair of the committee.
Yes, it's Volcán de Fuego, which
As
is
far as we know.
that one. That's on the west side, and that one erupts like every 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And you think being stuck in traffic is a problem, right? Yeah. So to say working with Daisy is a pleasure is a massive understatement. She brings an incredible amount of passion and insight to the things she does. And I think that's all evidenced here very, very well. What she didn't tell you, which she should have told you, was a couple of things you might find interesting about this project. Number one, it started in Guatemala City. And she was looking around for places in Guatemala City, and she discovered that Guatemala City was kind of ugly. And that for some reason, I had friends who had been teaching a summer program at the University of Miami, and I said, I hear Antigua's interesting. Why don't you just check that out? So she starts looking at it, and she's looking at it, and said, oh, this is wonderful. And so she goes down there, I think last, when did you go, the summer? Yeah, you went down in the summer. And she came back, and she was literally a volcano of insights. I mean, the drawings that came out of that, and the enthusiasm, and all Brian and I did, and the dean during the meetings, was learn from her about what this place was all about. And that was something I greatly appreciate, because you got a great trip to Guatemala. I just got this little doll here, here, which I was told I had to bring to the final review. But and I guess it's a good luck charm. But what's that? As far as I know. But the other couple of things you don't know is there was no map of this town. She sat there and made the base map, the figure ground base map there by herself, painstakingly did it, which I think is one of these kind of labors of love that, when we discovered there were no real maps of anything, we take our GIS stuff for granted, you just click on it and dump the paint in and you're done. She sat there and I think in doing that taught her a lot about the urban form of the place, and it brought a great discipline to the project, which I greatly admire. We also took not only a trip to Guatemala, but we took a trip around the town. And we started off in completely another side of town there, which was interesting, but very difficult and problematic in certain ways. The far left side there. And we sort of traveled around and looked at various sites, and Daisy hasn't shown you the work, but she did test studies of all these different sites around and did something that I think a thesis student really ought to be able to do when they get to this point, which was she made a critical judgment herself about which site she was going to pursue. It wasn't us telling her this one's better than that one. We just said what we thought about the challenges of each of the sites. And finally, one day she said, I think it's this one, and here's why. And I think when a student does that at the end of their career and they can make those kind of critical insights, it's exactly the sort of thing that we as faculty are trying to get them to, which is a level of judgment and insight that they feel confident to make on their own. And they can talk about why they do it. And that, I think, is much to your credit that you did that. It was, for me, a little bit anxiety inducing, a little bit there of wondering where we were going to get to. But it certainly yielded, I think, a very terrific site that I think you obviously did a tremendous job sort of interrogating with all of your drawings and things. The last thing I will say is something I think is, these are beautiful drawings. And, you know, the sort of thing that I find most fascinating about the thesis, well, one more thing before I say that. The other thing she discovered, she didn't talk much about, but there is a kind of sacred building, ruins, urban space typology in the town she discovered, which led to there's all sorts of little corner sites with ruins on them that have plazas. And so this actual arrangement is part of the genus loci of that place. There's 5 or 6 other places like this in the town, which you did a little study of, which yielded, I think, some really terrific results. The last thing I will say is what I think is really interesting about this proposition is that it is not program driven, it is place driven. And is place driven not just based on the place, but the proposition that I need to bring the place to the 21st century. And how can I do that? I can do that by introducing a modular construction system that the region could benefit from, that people could learn how to do easily, that it doesn't require an immense amount of technology, and it could be interfaced with this ancient town, which, by the way, was the capital of Guatemala until they got tired of the earthquakes. But then I can interface the historic place with this very modern technology that can make it livable for people who really ought to have the right to live in town and not just out in the suburbs, you know, in the hills, because the place is being overrun with tourists. I think that's a very remarkable thing to do for Thesis. I think the idea that you can and what yielded was this sort of very interesting and sophisticated dialectic between the questions of this, which are not place-based. These are technological questions about assembly and module and wall and things which she really tackled very, very well. And the questions of all the answers you keep going back to about the rest of the questions that are already embedded in Antigua. And I think that's a really interesting way to kind of pose a question. I have this stuff, which is state-of-the-art, modern, but this place, it's the interface of those two things that yields a dialectic that can be interrogated in a very, very interesting way. And I think for me, that was one of the most rewarding aspects of the thesis, watching that back and forth to arrive at the modular housing, which is very well worked out, to arrive at a public building, and to make it all seem like it's always been there. And I think that is really quite a remarkable achievement. And so thank you very much. Thanks for the little doll, Daisy. So your classmates back there, they all thank you for their little dolls. They brought them there. And congratulations on a terrific job.
Thank you.
It's over. You don't have to worry about it. Just toss it. Folks, we have a little bit of time here. And what I thought we might do is the folks in the front row we might sort of form as a kind of fragmentary circle, look back towards, in the back of the room, there are a lot of folks that they look like the press pool from the White House or something like that. But in fact, a lot of them are students who will be doing thesis in the very near future. And so is there any kind of advice that we can give to them based upon what we've seen in the past several hours? And before we start that, I do want to thank all of the reviewers for really an engaging past 2 days. Folks that were here only 1 day, fantastic job. Really appreciate. We can't do this without your support. And the important thing is that we're bringing the defense in a way. It's interesting. The graduate school, in all of its insular wisdom, thinks the defense that it's important for me to be here, or Matthew to be here, or other committees to be here. But in architecture, the defense is very different. The defense is really a public defense to a group of practitioners who are able to discern the quality levels at, in an honest and really intellectually stimulating way. And that's very different than sitting with a panel of people that have this very insular kind of, okay, you have to be present and listen. I sometimes don't even comment. Well, no, that's not true. Anyhow, folks, could we just turn around 180 degrees, the folks in the front where I'll make it, and have a little, just a brief chat with the with the folks that are out there. Many of you are in practice. Many of you have seen a lot of stuff today and yesterday. And what wisdom can you impart on these folks? And what questions might be from the back bench back there? Does anybody want to start off with this? There we go, Jason.
So, thank you. So I just want to applaud everybody's efforts today. Also with the elevating the mixed media approach to the presentations, because using the screens, using the hard copies that are on the walls, that is what we have to do now in this post-COVID world, right? As professionals, everybody that's up here, we are presenting not just to a room full of people, but there's always somebody online now. There's always a camera in the room. There's always somebody on the conference call. And so having that sort of mixed media presentation mode where there are technology challenges, there are, representation challenges, there's graphic scale challenges. Those are our challenges. That's what we deal with every day out in the world. And so this is a real test of what it takes to be a pro and, flying colors, right? This whole team has gone through that rigor. And I point that out as much for the folks that just went through this, Daisy, yourself included, as I do the folks in the back of the room that are looking at this and saying, oh man, this looks intimidating. Well, this is what it is, okay? It's how we do this business, and it's one that you should embrace. And I think, the facility that you're seeing with the students that have gone back and forth with this, that really is something to aspire to, because it takes practice, it takes time, it takes a lot of hard work and perseverance, and frankly, keeping the show going when you're faced with the computer that doesn't want to work, or the remote that gets dropped and the batteries pop out. Like, those kinds of things are part and parcel to this process. And I just, again, want to tip my hat to the team that just went through this today, because really that's the hard work of a pro, and you've done it so beautifully.
I just wanted to, this is the first thesis presentation at UMD that I attended, so I'm really happy to have come here from our corner of the campus in landscape architecture. What I saw is transformative work. It seems like it's transformative. It's, it's going to transform the communities that you worked on, but it seems like it's also transformed you and brought you into the profession, with both feet. And now it seems like, you're all pretty ready to jump into the next phase of your career. So I think there's a lot of hope in, the work that we see here. And I think it's all, what I appreciate is that, you haven't taken, this work for granted. You've produced hard work. You've sort of, and it delivered. It sort of paid off, I think, in terms of, what we've seen, the power that it has, the images that we saw, the words that you used. So kudos to that. And I think, yeah, just like really a very transformative experience on all fronts, including the reviewers that were up here. So thank you so much.
So I would just say this is one of the opportunities in your life where you're going to have the chance to play. So pick something that you're really passionate about, play in that space, make some critical decisions, make them early so you can just tell us what you've decided and move forward in your project. Do a piece of it that challenges the expertise that you know you have, but also build the skills in places that you're comfortable in. And use your advisors. Have lots of conversations, get a lot of feedback. You'll do projects at this scale again, but you'll have clients. And that'll change the dynamic. So this is the place where you get to have a beautiful dream and it gets to be yours. Plus, this is what you present to the profession when you leave these walls. And so you are leaving as an expert in something, or at least an emerging expert in something. So pick something you want to spend some time in your career to be known for, because your thesis will stay with you your whole career. Congratulations.
I have not been up here for probably about 10 years, other than some lectures, but for doing a crit. And this has been one of the most rewarding days for me professionally in a very long time. Sorry, getting a little emotional. The reason for that is because we continually take students that have graduated from him. This school is a powerhouse. It is a small school. It's not, as big as Michigan and others, but it's a powerhouse. So as you go forward, for you guys that are looking at this stuff, really look at these projects, because there's a real standard and a bar that has been set by the work of these thesis students that we've seen today. And it's been amazing to see, look at it, work with your colleagues, talk to them, and learn from them. Because remember, you can learn a lot from your colleagues. But following up on the dean, really take advantage of the educators that you have here. You have an amazing group. I'm where I am today and still have the fire going because of the educators that I had. They lit a fire for me a few years ago, as you can tell. And I was just so lucky. So take advantage of that. Spend the time. I know it's intense, but it'll be well worth it. And bring that rigor to everything you're doing. The investigation up front, I think, of research and understanding place and some of the things that I've talked about. Use your library, go out and look at places, photograph, sketch, please sketch. You learn by seeing the hand and the mind together. All these things to take that initial beginning to really form this framework of where you want to go. And it needs to be fun, it needs to be challenging, but that hard work up front of all the analysis and research and things like that will give you a strong foundation to launch your project on, because it is transformative, it is an investigation. Think about how you present today. I'll close on this. There's been a lot of discussion about sketches and things like that and what you show. Process is a big thing for me. And I really believe that showing your process, the whole various aspects of it, not just one little piece here, but show the flow of your thought, that really helps yourself in presenting, but it also helps jurors and people trying to see where it's going. That showing that process, it shows the evolution that you've gone through and helps communicate. Again, when we go out and we present projects, or we're basically selling our project, okay? I hate to use that term. Somebody said, oh, don't say sell, but no, we are. I have to sell my project to some community or whatever, and I have to bring them into our world. And the more graphic, visual, thought process that you can bring to show that they can kind of follow with you, I think is something we found is very valuable. The last thing is the power of the idea. Make sure that you have a very strong concept or primary concept and backup concepts that fit and feed into that. But the power of that idea, we have seen very powerful ideas and thoughts. They were well thought out here. And that's why this has been one of the more rewarding times for me in a long time, because I just love what I've seen today. So thank you all. Hope this a little bit of advice might help a little bit. David.
Hi, I think the thesis project it's a passport. It's a passport into your life beyond the university, but it's also a position statement. And it's a position statement which should be made with emotional and intellectual honesty. That's not mine. That's something an inspirational educator of mine told me, and which I've tried to work with and reflect in my own various activities over the years. What should you be when presenting the thesis project? I said it to Daisy, you should be clear, and that clarity of intention is absolutely fundamental, because we engage with other people all our lives in professional life, being clear to others, to people you're working with, to people that you're promoting a project to other professionals from other disciplines. Unless you can be clear, that project's never going to get off the blocks. The other thing I think is always ambition. I mean, the one of the fascinating things about architecture is you look out of the window and there's lots of it. And when I say there's lots of it, it's not just a numerical issue. There's lots of approaches to it. So what those different approaches are doing are reflecting different social, philosophical, intellectual mores, which societies have accumulated over the years and have tried to express in 2 and 3 and 4 dimensions. So don't underestimate the complexity of architecture. It's unbelievably complex. It's unbelievably deep and broad and wide, and granular and textured and all these other words which we love to use. But ultimately, it's also to achieve social purpose. So it's got to be clear, it's got to be ambitious, it's got to speculate about the future, it's got to be rewarding to the people that use it. And it's got to be a kind of badge that you wear your thesis project with pride, which you can still get out of the attic in the years to come and think, yeah, I gave it my best shot. And actually, I don't feel embarrassed or disgraced by it. It's not a contractual obligation. Never, ever see it as that. This is the moment in your higher education when you make the statement. Don't be casual about it, and do enjoy it. Thank you.
Architecture is a collaborative process for the most part, and I think we're finding in education that the collaboration is fairly widespread in curriculums. But the thesis gives individuals a way to show their ideas, certainly with a framework of advisors or what have you, because many times good ideas come from people, some single people, and that's important. So when, as a practitioner, our first questions are always, is it a team project? What did you do? Because that's becoming more widespread throughout the schools. But the thesis is what we like to look at. I want to see what you think about design. I want to see what the individual, because the individuals throughout history have made a difference. And so that's an important part. And this may be, for many, the only chance that you can tell people what you think. And this is a project that you've created and what you care about. And that's powerful. So keep that in mind.
So, first of all, I wanted to congratulate the graduates for this achievement. Congratulations. You've finished your academic career right now. There's a lot of other things you are going to be doing. You might be going to school to other things, but at least this one is done. So that's a huge deal. You are joining a group of folks that love to think and idealize things. Architects, right? I always thought about architecture and what does it mean to be an architect. Nowadays, everybody's an architect. You hear architects, framework architects, computer architects, this and that, IT, this and that. But the architect is the creator, okay? And throughout history, there were no structural engineers, there was no mechanical engineer, there was no acoustician, there was no, I can go down the list. There was the architect that created and really made what from the wilderness, the spaces that we live in, humanity, in the what we call being human is so much attached to the things that we actually design and create. As you go into your next chapter, you're going to be going into another learning process. If you're going to become a practitioner architect or not, I strongly encourage you to become a licensed architect, because being a licensed architect, you will really be given the full gamut of the possibilities where you can take your career at, especially if you want to be a practitioner. Bill touched on an important subject. Architecture is a team sport. It's really not really an individual sport. Probably never was, even back in antiquity. But more and more, we work collaboratively. And so the moment that you are in school, and for those that still have a thesis to go, this is really special because this is the time that you actually can explore an idea, something you're passionate about, and take it to this level of exploration and learn more about yourself than you never knew. So I congratulate you all and wish you all the best. And I'm going to pass it to Roger.
Thank you. So for the next thesis class, when thinking about what you just saw over the past couple of days, and I only had a chance to sit through a few of these, I think the most successful ones are the ones where people realize that you're a storyteller and where you have months and months of research, getting into minutia, getting into every single detail, how you can take all of that knowledge that you have and distill it down to some clarity for people who know nothing about your project. When someone comes on at first, I mean, you just have all this background. Don't get caught up in the minutia at first. Talk about the main idea. Talk about that clear problem that you're trying to tackle first. Set up the problem you're going to solve, and then show them step by step how you solve that. So that clarity of presentation. I don't care how beautiful your drawings are. If you can't express the ideas behind the drawings, it's never going to get built, and it's never going to be successful. So it's really practice. And that's what it takes. I mean, it's observing other people present and kind of their skills and how they did it well, and practicing your presentation is as important as the drawings themselves. The other thing I think is really important is, and people have touched on it, is the part T diagram. I didn't see a lot of part T diagrams today, but distilling the idea, with verbal communication, but distilling the idea into one simple diagram. You should be able to draw your diagram of your thesis in your sleep, just with like a few lines, with one color, just really distill it down to this is the core idea of what I'm trying to tackle. And then everything can follow that. Everything can follow that core idea from the macro urban scale down to the detail of how you're defining a wall system. It can all follow that core idea. It doesn't need to be complicated, but it needs to be clear. So the future, I think, of presentations like this it's almost like you're a movie director. And in my firm, what we've done a lot, we've got away from static images even. We've gone more to animations and really immersing people in the spaces, in the light, how the space feels, for you, how it changes across the seasons. These are the things that are going to resonate with people, the sense of place you're creating. So really think about yourself as that director of a story and explaining that story, and never be nervous about it, because you'll know 10 times more than the audience about what you're presenting. So just have confidence in what you're doing and be able to explain that clearly at the end of the day. Congratulations to the graduating class, and I look forward to next year's thesis.
Is this on?
Yep.
So that was all very aspirational. I'm going to be really tactical because you got a lot of work to do. I don't know if you've picked your thesis yet or not. Use the advice of your committee to help you pick your thesis. The ones I saw today, I think all of them picked something that they were familiar with, that was part of their unique culture, and it meant something to them. I mean, we were in Philadelphia, we were in Bangkok, we were in, Anne Arundel County, and in Guatemala. My guess is all those people, I know Daisy's family is from Guatemala, Ploy's family is from Bangkok. I'm pretty sure Riley, without asking her, either she's from Philly or her grandparents live there, one or the other. But then use your critics to help you hone down what you're trying to accomplish. And don't get caught up. I know this is really aspirational and wonderful, and but don't get caught up in the aspiration because you got a lot of work to do. And I want to reiterate what you said about storytelling. I often tell people in our office when they're going out to present, make it simple, like you're explaining it to your mother. And that's exactly what Daisy was doing today. She was explaining it to her mother. You know, because my mother was not trained as an architect. She had no idea what I was doing. But that's your audience. And yes, you have these lauded professionals up here, except for me. And you need to start us at the beginning because you know, we don't know, we haven't spent the last 3 months with you. We're at the beginning. And even though we're architects and we can read a drawing, you know, and have lots of opinions, start at the beginning. And just carry us very carefully through the story. I want to give everybody credit today for their composure. I've been in juries. I've had friends who were in juries who just broke down and cried. That's really, you know, don't do that. Just practice. It's fine. It's an audience that wants you to succeed. We're here to help you, but you do need to practice a little bit. And so good luck and congratulations to the graduates. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you young people in the profession. We need young people in the profession who have new ideas, new skills, new views on the world, and we welcome you.
Just one small thought to you guys back there. I see you all back there. Don't be scared of ambiguity. Yeah, don't.
Yeah. Matthew is the most ambiguous person I've ever met.
My bark is worse than my bite. Don't be scared of ambiguity. You know, just because you don't have the answer doesn't mean you can't work through it and learn more and then have more insight about what the answer might be. You know, don't let the fact that you have a review coming up and you have to have this and you have to have that take you away from a process where you're always going back to the issues, defining the problem, and using the judgment you have to move forward. You know, one of the things I think is true about people who succeed in architecture is they tend to have a high tolerance for ambiguity, mostly at the beginning, because things are generally mush at the beginning. You don't always know what the issues are. You don't always know what the problem is. So it's a little bit like Apollo 13. Work the problem, people, you know, and don't worry whether you have a right or wrong answer. That's not the issue when you're working on something. The issue is to produce enough to get more insight. And then when you have the pinups, you can talk about directions and things. But I think that there's a real sort of thing, you know, one of the things I greatly appreciate about working with Daisy was I think the ambiguity didn't bother her, I think, in a way that was very productive for her process. It was like, oh, I've gotten to this point, let's talk about it, and this is what I was thinking. And she always shared what she was thinking and didn't necessarily arrive at conclusions so much as always going back and saying, well, what are the issues that I'm dealing with? And I think that's really one of the key things to success in Thesis. Brian says that's enough.
Brian allows
Thank
me
you.
to say one last word too. We talked really more about the folks who will be doing Thesis, but the folks who presented today, go back through your projects. Spend a little time. I know it's going to be painful, but you listen to a lot of great advice. Make a decision as to what advice you think is good and enhances your documents, because those you're taking with you. And again, people are going to see this. This is a calling card, and you have an opportunity to make it better because architecture is never finished. We work all the way through to the beyond the punch list of a project, which is when we go through and look at everything and make sure it's built correctly. We keep working. Design happens all the time, and you should keep going and use that time wisely. Thank you.
I'm going to take a minute first before Brian is the gentleman that he is. Let's everybody give a hand to Brian for your amazing work. leading the thesis.
I really didn't expect that. I thought we were going to have a manifesto. Let's have so first to the folks that just finished thesis, congratulations. Back at the beginning of August, I didn't know you very well. And your committees, came together and we got to know each other quite well over the course of time, even though our meetings were always brief. The average 3-credit course meets face-to-face for about 37 and a half hours over the course of the semester in contact time. Contact time for the 15 of us, for me, was something like 180 hours for a 3-credit course. So it's a little bit out of skew, but I like working with you guys. And some of you guys, I think Raphael this morning contacted me at about 4:30 in the morning. Luckily, I'd gotten up at 3:30, and he contacted me with a problem of printing. And I solved it because I knew you had to flatten the PDF before you send it out. Anyhow, always available. Look, I want to share with you something. It is completely natural, since many of you are sleep deprived and you're going to go home, go to sleep. It is completely natural to have these sort of post-PTSD dreams about thesis. I'm 67 years old. I graduated with my undergraduate degree in 1981 and my graduate degree in 1985. And I continue to this very day to have dreams about thesis. And here's the perverse part of it. I'm here at University of Maryland, back there. My thesis critics are Ralph Bennett, Matt Bell, and Peter Noonan. It's a week to go. I'm looking at no, this is contemporary. This is now. It's now. I'm in the middle of my dream and I realize that the thesis presentation is about to take place next week and I have nothing at all. So I don't know. You guys weren't looking. So for the next generation to avoid that dream that this generation is going to have, so for you guys that are finishing up the thesis prep course, pro thesis, there's a deadline of the 20th of December that has been set for the handoff of your work to Eric Jenkins and myself, and you need to meet that deadline. And if you're not meeting that deadline, you need to communicate with us. One of the things that's really critical that all these guys were really good about is communication. And we're not brittle. When sometimes, I'd get a text from somebody saying, I'm not feeling well today. Can we meet online at the end of the week? And we would do that. But if we don't communicate, we don't know that's going on. That's a really important thing to do. So we look forward to another group. This is the myth of Sisyphus. Okay, if you don't know who Sisyphus was, Sisyphus pissed off somebody, I don't remember who. And he was condemned, Zeus, yeah, okay. And he was condemned to roll a boulder up the hill for eternity. And when the boulder got to the very top of the hill, he let go and the boulder would roll back down, and then he would have to go back down and roll the boulder back up the hill. So this starts all over again as of right now. Looking forward to a new crop of theses. Congratulations to all of you that finished. It was a pleasure working with all of you.